Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Walked Through an Empty Tunnel. The footsteps behind me were barefoot. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed was the sound behind us didn't match the tunnel. Not at first. At first, it was just one extra slap in the dark, soft and wet against the concrete, tucked between the scrape of my boots and the dry squeak of Tessa's sneakers. It could have been a puddle dripping from the ceiling. It could have been a loose flap on someone's shoe. It could have been the way sounds doubled back inside that old maintenance tunnel, bouncing off the curved walls until your own footsteps seemed to hurry up and pass you. Then it happened again. Bare skin against damp concrete. A flat little pat. Close enough that I turned around before I meant to. My name is Nolan Price, 31 male, from Pittsburgh originally. Though I'd been living in western Pennsylvania long enough that I'd started saying, from around here, whenever strangers asked. I worked as a freelance location scout for low-budget film crews, wedding photographers, the occasional tourism campaign that wanted gritty industrial textures without paying for Pittsburgh permits. That was why I was in the tunnel that evening, carrying a camera bag, a cheap LED panel, and a clipboard with a printed county map folded into quarters. That was the official reason. The personal reason was that I hated backing out once I'd said I could handle something. I'd been like that since I was a kid. If I got scared, I got quiet. If someone asked whether I was okay, I smiled too fast and said, "Yeah, all good." It had gotten me through some bad situations and into several worse ones. I knew that about myself. Knowing didn't stop it. The tunnel ran beneath an abandoned rail embankment outside Braddock, not far from the Monongahela River, where the land still carried the smell of old industry even after the mills went quiet. Rusted chain link fences sagged along the access road. Weeds had swallowed the gravel shoulders. Somewhere above us, traffic moved along Braddock Avenue in slow bursts, but down at the tunnel mouth, the city seemed to lose interest. The entrance was a wide concrete arch tucked behind sumac and knotweed, tagged with overlapping spray paint, names, dates, a cartoon skull with one lazy eye. Rainwater had collected in the first 20 feet, brown and still, except for trembling circles where drops fell from cracks overhead. The air smelled like wet pennies, cold stone, and that sour, papery stink you get inside old underpasses where people have slept and left in a hurry. Tess Marlowe, 29, female, from Cleveland, was the reason I had the job. She produced micro-budget horror films with the exhausted confidence of someone who could stretch $600 across 3 departments and still find money for pizza. She stood beside me at the tunnel entrance with her hood up and her phone held high, trying to coax a signal from the gray evening. Tess had a way of making impatience look practical. She didn't fidget. She simply stared at a problem until the problem felt embarrassed. "Still one bar," she said. "Luxury, I said. Don't get cute. I told Marco we'd send photos before 7. Then we'll be heroic and send them at 7:05. She looked at me. You always joke when you're about to make a questionable decision. That's not true. It's extremely true. Behind her, Marco Alvarez, 42, male from Philadelphia, crouched by the edge of the puddle and pointed his own camera into the tunnel. Marco was the director, though he dressed more like a tired high school art teacher than the kind of person who gave orders through a megaphone. He wore a faded denim jacket, black jeans, and a knit cap pulled low over his ears, despite the humidity. He had come along because he didn't trust location photos unless he could smell the place himself. His words, not mine. This is good, he said, voice echoing ahead of him. This is really good, Tess frowned. You haven't seen anything past the entrance. I can feel it. That's mildew, it's production value. The fourth member of our little group was Jessa Quinn, 26, female, from rural West Virginia, but living in Pittsburgh, our sound recordist and unofficial safety pessimist. She was small, sharp-eyed, and stronger than she looked, with a field recorder hanging from a strap across her chest and a boom pole collapsed in one hand like a walking stick. She had insisted on coming because, as she put it, if you people choose a location that sounds like garbage, I'm the one who suffers later. Jessa tapped the toe of her boot against the damp concrete. Nobody mentioned standing water. It's an old drainage access, I said. There's always some water. You said dry. I said mostly dry. You texted, quote, should be dry enough, which is legally different. She gave me a flat look. I'm going to write that on your accident report. We all laughed, not because it was especially funny, but because standing at the mouth of a dark tunnel makes people want proof they are still ordinary people doing ordinary things. The plan was simple. Walk in maybe 200 yards, take photos and sound samples, see whether the tunnel connected to the old service corridor marked on the county map, then walk back before full dark. We weren't trespassing in the dramatic sense. The land was county-owned, technically closed, but not fenced on the south side, and Tess had already left 3 voicemails with the Public Works office asking about permits. Nobody had called back, which in indie film terms counted as a maybe. I had scouted worse places, half-collapsed barns with raccoons in the rafters, an old elementary school where copper thieves had peeled the walls open, a flooded motel outside Eerie that smelled so strongly of mold my eyes watered for 2 hours afterward. This tunnel, compared to those, looked manageable. That was what bothered me later. It looked manageable. We started in single file because the dry strip along the left wall was narrow. I went first with the LED panel in one hand and my camera strap crossing my chest. Marco came behind me, filming short test clips on his mirrorless camera. Tess followed, checking her phone every few steps. Jessa brought up the rear, recording ambient sound. The tunnel changed once the entrance shrank behind us. Not dramatically. No sudden blackness. No cinematic swallowing of light. Just a slow dimming, the way evening thickens in a room when no one wants to stand up and turn on a lamp. The walls were stained in vertical lines where water had seeped through. Mineral deposits made pale ribs across the concrete. every 20 or 30 feet, narrow maintenance niches cut into the side walls, shallow enough that a person could stand in one if they turned sideways. I didn't like those. They were probably for pipes or inspection panels long removed, but the lead beam caught them in fragments, one after another, each little recess appearing empty only when we were already next to it. Our footsteps made different sounds depending on where we stepped. My boots scrape, thud, scrape. Tess's sneakers, rubbery squeaks when she hit damp spots. Marco's shoes, soft grinding on grit. Jess's boots, measured, careful taps. And underneath all of it, the tunnel had its own noises. Drips, a faint rush somewhere inside the walls, the distant tick of cooling metal, though there shouldn't have been any exposed metal left. Once, a bottle rolled under my light, nudged by runoff, and Tess sucked in a quick breath before laughing at herself. Professional horror producer, Marco said, "Shut up, you jumped at litter." I reacted to movement in a blind environment. "That's called intelligence," Jessa said. "I'm keeping that for behind the scenes." We kept walking. At around 80 yards in, my phone lost signal completely. I checked out of habit and saw the empty triangle where bars should have been. No surprise. Still, I felt that small modern irritation that comes when a device stops quietly promising rescue. "No service," I said. Tess looked at hers. "Same." Marco didn't check. "Good, nobody can bother us." "That's one way to frame it," Jessa muttered. The tunnel sloped very slightly downward, not enough to see, but enough to feel in my calves. The air cooled. The river smell faded, replaced by something older and enclosed, wet dust, stale water, maybe animal droppings somewhere deeper in. My LED panel threw a wide square of light ahead, flattening the tunnel into gray concrete and black seams. Then I saw the footprints. Not ours. Not fresh exactly, but not old either. They crossed the damp strip near the right wall, heading deeper into the tunnel. Bare feet, adult-sized maybe. The toes were clear in the thin film of mud, 5 rounded marks, heel, arch, then another. Whoever had made them had walked through the shallow puddle at the entrance and continued inward without shoes. I stopped. Marco nearly bumped into me. "What? Hold up." I angled the light down. Tess came closer, careful not to step on them. "Are those?" "Yeah," Jessa lowered her recorder. "Barefoot." Marco leaned in with the camera. "That's creepy." "It's also useful," Tess said automatically, though her voice had tightened. "Set dressing we don't have to pay for." I looked back toward the entrance. It was still visible, a soft gray opening behind us, smaller now but not far. Anyone could have come in before us. Kids, a homeless person, someone drunk, someone messing around. "Could be recent," Jessa said. "They're not filled with water," I said. She looked at me. Meaning they were probably made after the last runoff came through. Which was when? I didn't answer because I didn't know. Marco crouched and filmed the prints from a low angle. "This is perfect." "Marco," Tess said. "What? We need texture. We also need not to step on evidence if there's some injured guy wandering around." That sentence changed the shape of the moment. Before that, the footprints were eerie in a fun way, the sort of thing people tell each other about later over takeout. After Tess said injured guy, I pictured someone disoriented, bleeding, walking barefoot into a service tunnel because panic had made the wrong direction feel like escape. I raised my voice slightly. Hello. The tunnel took my word and stretched it thin. Hello. Low. Low. We listened. Water tapped somewhere ahead. Nothing answered. Jessa slid one headphone cup off her ear. Say it again. I did, louder this time. Hello. Anybody in here? No response. Tess hugged her elbows, though it wasn't that cold. Maybe we should call it. Marco lowered his camera. We just got here. There are barefoot prints going deeper into an abandoned tunnel. Could be from last week. Could be from 10 minutes ago. Marco looked at me. Nolan. I hated being put in the middle. I also hated the tiny relief I felt when someone else looked ready to turn around, because relief felt like cowardice when nothing had actually happened. I shone the LED along the muddy strip. The footprints continued for maybe 15 feet, then disappeared where the floor dried. Beyond that, just concrete. We can go a little farther, I said. Not deep, just to the first bend. If there's any sign someone's inside, we leave and call non-emergency once we have signal. Jessa stared at me. Non-emergency. If we hear someone hurt, obviously 911. And if someone is just living down here, then we leave them alone. Tess watched my face in the half-light. She knew me better than Marco did. Not romantically. Never that. We worked 6 projects together, which meant she had seen me pretend not to be scared in basements, rooftops, alleys, and one grain silo that I still thought about whenever I smelled wet corn. You don't have to prove the location is usable tonight, she said quietly. I'm not. Okay. But she said it like she didn't believe me. We moved again, slower now. The mood shifted into something more careful. Marco stopped making jokes. Jessa kept her recorder on, headphones over both ears, the little red light glowing against her jacket. Tess stayed closer to me than before, her phone gripped in one hand like a tool she might need, even without service. The tunnel narrowed slightly where old cable conduits ran along the ceiling. Some had been cut, leaving short lengths of black rubber drooping like dead vines. Water dripped from one of them at regular intervals. Tick, tick, tick. 120 yards in, we found a sock. It lay near the left wall, gray-white, stiff with dirt. Not ancient, not clean either. An ankle sock, the kind you'd wear with running shoes. It had a dark smear across the heel that might have been mud. Jessa whispered, "Nope." Marco said, "Could have washed in." "From where?" she asked. He didn't have an answer. I crouched without touching it. The sock was turned inside out at the cuff, stretched like someone had yanked it off in a hurry. A small burr clung to the fabric. There were no shoes nearby. Tess said, "We're done." Her voice was calm. Too calm, producer voice. The tone she used when a permit fell through or an actor didn't show, and the only option was to stop wasting daylight. I nodded. Yeah, okay. And then the LED panel flickered. Just once. A quick dip in brightness. Everyone froze anyway. "Battery?" Marco asked. "Shouldn't be." I tapped the back of the panel. The light steadied. "It's fine," Jessa said. "I heard something." Nobody spoke. She lifted one hand, asking us to stay still. That was when I heard it too. Not a voice. Not a scrape. Not the drip from the cable. A step, soft, behind us. We all turned toward the entrance. The gray opening remained there, faint and distant, maybe 100 yards back. The tunnel between us and it was empty in the LED spill, empty in the dim wash of evening leaking through the mouth. Another sound came. Pat, bare skin on wet concrete. Then nothing. Marco whispered, "Was that one of us?" "No," Jessa said immediately. "You sure?" "I'm wearing headphones. I know what we sound like." The four of us stood so still, I could hear Tess breathing through her nose, short and controlled. The smell of damp concrete seemed stronger. My hand tightened around the LED handle until the plastic edge dug into my palm. I wanted to say something reasonable. Echo, drip, rat, someone at the entrance. But the sound had not come from the entrance exactly. It had come from the dark stretch between us and the entrance, the part we had just walked through, where the footprints had been. Tess leaned close to my shoulder. "Nolan, I know. Do we go back?" The practical answer was yes. Entrance was behind us. The outside world was behind us. Cars, signal, streetlights, people walking dogs along cracked sidewalks. Everything normal was behind us. But the tunnel was narrow. The dry strip was narrower. If someone was standing between us and the exit, even someone harmless, even someone confused, we would have to pass them in single file. Ahead, the tunnel bent left where the old county map showed a service alcove, possibly another access shaft. I had not verified it. It might be locked. It might be collapsed. It might not exist anymore. Marco lifted his camera toward the darkness behind us, but his hands were shaking enough that the lens made a tiny clicking sound against the strap hardware. Jessa said, barely above a breath, "I don't like that we can't see who made it." The LED panel flickered again. This time, it dimmed for a full second before coming back. Tess looked ahead at the bend, then back toward the entrance, then at me. We had a simple choice. Walk back toward the barefoot sound, or go deeper to see if the tunnel gave us another way out. For a moment, nobody moved. And somewhere behind us, close enough now that it no longer sounded like an echo, a wet bare foot settled softly onto concrete. Pat. Nobody wanted to be the first one to say run. That was the strangest part. 4 adults in an abandoned tunnel, one bad flashlight between us and the dark, a barefoot step landing somewhere behind our backs, and still we all stood there trying to look like reasonable people. The lead panel hummed in my hand. Marco whispered, "Please tell me that was water." Jessa didn't take her eyes off the stretch behind us. Water doesn't step with weight. Tunnels mess with sound, I said. I hated myself for saying it. Not because it was wrong. It was possible. The curve, the damp concrete, the open entrance behind us, any of it could have bent a noise into something it was. But my voice had that thin, managerial tone people use when they're talking themselves down from the ledge. Tess heard it too. "Nolan," she said, quiet but sharp. No speeches, decision. Ahead of us, the tunnel bent left. Behind us, the gray mouth to the outside looked farther away than it had a minute ago, though I knew that was just panic doing bad math. The way back was visible, but not clear. The way forward was unknown, but empty. Then the sound came again. Pat, closer, not fast, not rushing us. That made it worse. Jessa lifted the field recorder closer to her chest. The tiny screen glowed green against her fingers. That was from behind us. Maybe 30 yards. 30, Tess asked. Maybe. Sounds bouncing. Marco backed into my shoulder. If there's someone there, we say we're leaving. We just walk past. And if they don't let us? Jessa asked. Marco swallowed. Why wouldn't they? Nobody answered. I raised the LED higher, letting the light push down the tunnel behind us. The beam reached the damp strip where we'd first seen the footprints. It caught the side niches, the stained walls, a crushed soda can, the brown shine of shallow water. No person, no shape stepping into view. Hello, I called. The word came out too loud and broke apart on the walls. Hello. Low, low. Tess flinched, annoyed and scared. Don't yell. If someone's hurt, they can answer. I tried again, softer. We're leaving now. We don't want trouble. Marco gave a strained laugh through his nose. Great, very comforting, Jessa said. Stop talking. We all did. For 3 seconds, there was only dripping water and the soft electrical buzz from my light. Then something scraped behind us. Not a footstep that time. A slow drag like fabric pulled over concrete. Tess whispered, forward. Marco turned his head. What? Forward to the bend. If there's an alcove, we put a wall at our backs and figure it out. That's deeper. I know what direction forward is, Marco. He looked at me, desperate for me to overrule her. That was how it always happened. Someone else would put the obvious fear into words, and I'd become the person expected to measure it, label it, make it safe. My chest tightened. I saw, for no good reason, my father standing at the bottom of our basement stairs when I was 12, telling me a breaker had tripped, and I needed to hold the flashlight while he checked the panel. I had been terrified of that basement. Not monsters, not ghosts. The old coal room at the back. The smell of damp cinder block. The way the pull chain light didn't reach the corners. I remembered pretending I wasn't scared because he hated fuss. Remembered dropping the flashlight when a shelf shifted. Remembered him saying, "For Christ's sake, Nolan, you're too old for this. Too old for this. Too old to freeze. Too old to admit I wanted the door open behind me." Forward, I said. Jessa shot me a look. Seriously, to the bend, I said. We don't split up. We don't run unless we have to. If there's no side access, we come back together fast. It is not a plan, she said. It's the plan we have. Tess nodded once. Not relieved, just committed. We moved. The dry strip forced us into single file again, but this time Tess stayed close enough that her sleeve brushed my backpack. Marco came behind her, camera lowered against his chest, no longer filming. Jessa followed last, walking backward for the first few steps until Tess hissed, "Turn around before you fall." Jessa turned, angry and pale. I'm trying not to get grabbed. By who? I don't know, Tess. That's sort of the issue. The tunnel bent left about 40 yards ahead. It looked farther because my LED was dimming again, not flickering now, but losing strength in a slow, dirty fade. I checked the battery indicator. 2 bars. Why is your light doing that? Marco asked. Moisture, maybe. You said it was weather sealed. I said it could handle rain. I didn't say it loved abandoned sewer vibes. It's not a sewer, Tess said automatically. Jessa gave a humorless laugh. That's your concern. Then her boot slipped. It happened fast. A short skid, a hard gasp, her shoulder hitting the wall. Her recorder swung out and cracked against the concrete with a plastic snap. She caught herself before she went down, but the sound of the impact shot through the tunnel like a starter pistol. Jessa, I said, I'm fine. You sure? I said, I'm fine. But she was. Even in the weak light, I could see her right hand clamped around the recorder, thumb moving over the buttons with frantic little presses. No, 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 she muttered. Tess stepped toward her. What happened? The battery popped out. Marco looked behind us. Can we not stop? Jessa crouched despite him. My SD card door's open. Leave it, Tess said. I can't leave it. We are not doing equipment recovery right now. It has the audio, Marco snapped. Who cares about audio? Jessa looked up at him with sudden fury. Maybe the police, if there is actually someone following us. That shut him up. The word police landed heavily. Not because it was dramatic, but because it made this real in a bureaucratic way. Reports, statements, questions. Why were you in there? Did you have permission? Why didn't you turn around at the first sign? The same thought seemed to hit Tess. We need signal, she said. Now. I know, I said. No, not eventually. Now. If someone is down here, we need to call it in before we get cornered. I looked back. The tunnel behind us was darker now, the entrance no longer visible from this angle. The curve had taken it away. My LED beam showed only the wet floor and the wall sliding into black. Another sound came from back there. Not a step, a cough, human, wet, muffled, and close enough that Marco whispered, "Oh God." Jessa stood so fast, she almost hit her head on a conduit. That was a person. Hey. I called before I could think better of it. Do you need help? Tess grabbed my sleeve. What are you doing? If someone's hurt, Nolan, stop. The answer came after a delay, not words. A low inhale, shaky and nasal. Then a voice, so faint it could have been a breath dragged over teeth. Don't, one word. We stared into the dark behind us. Marco whispered, did they say don't? Jessa had her broken recorder pressed to her chest like it was a wounded animal. Yes, Tess said. Don't what? No one answered. I should have turned us back right then. I know that. I can make it clean in hindsight. 4 people hear a person in distress. They retreat toward the known exit, call emergency services, wait outside. That is what you do. But the voice had come from between us and the exit, and it had not sounded like a warning from someone who wanted help. It had sounded like someone trying not to be heard by someone else. Tess understood at the same moment I did. Her face changed. Move, she said. This time nobody argued. We hurried to the bend. The floor got worse past the curve. The dry strip vanished, and we had to step through a shallow sheet of brown water that covered the whole width of the tunnel. It was only an inch deep in places, maybe 2 in others, but the bottom was uneven. Gravel shifted under my boots. Something soft bumped my ankle and floated away before the light caught it. Marco gagged. What was that? Plastic bag, I lied. The bend opened into a wider section where a maintenance alcove had been cut into the right-hand wall. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost loosened. The county map had been right, mostly. The alcove held an old metal ladder bolted to the wall, rising into a vertical shaft about 12 feet high. At the top was a circular manhole cover or access hatch. A thin ring of daylight showed around one edge. Out, Tess said. She was already moving toward it. I grabbed the ladder and shook it. It flaked off in gritty orange chips. The bolts groaned but held. Let me check first, I said. Tess stared at me. Check what? Climb. I climbed. Every rung was slick. The ladder was colder than the air, and the rust scraped my palms through the thin film of damp. Halfway up, my boots slipped and clanged against the wall, sending a bright metal note down the shaft. Careful, Jessa called. At the top, I braced my shoulder against the concrete rim and pushed the cover. It didn't move. I pushed harder. Nothing. Is it stuck? Marco asked from below. Yeah, stuck. I bit down on the answer I wanted to give him and adjusted my footing. The shaft smelled different from the tunnel, less stale, touched by exhaust and wet leaves. Outside was close. I could hear tires hissing on pavement above us. I put both hands against the cover and shoved. A grinding scrape, maybe half an inch. Daylight widened, then stopped. There's something on it, I said. What? Tess demanded. I don't know. Dirt, maybe. Parked car. It moves, but not enough. Jessa said, can you get a phone through? I wedged my fingers into the gap, got them pinched, swore, then managed to slide my phone up sideways. One bar appeared, then vanished, then came back. Come on, I whispered. Emergency calls only. I dialed 911 anyway. The call tried to connect. Failed. Tried again. The screen flashed, searching. Below me, Tess said, Nolan, I'm trying. How much battery do you have? 32%. No, the light. The tunnel below had dimmed to a murky gray. My LED panel, propped on a broken concrete ledge, was fading fast. I looked down the ladder. Beyond Tess, Marco, and Jessa, the tunnel behind them curved away into black. Water trembled across the floor. Something moved in that water. Not a shape, not clearly, just a spreading ripple. Jessa saw it too. Someone's coming. Marco backed into the ladder. Open the hatch. I can't. Open it. I said I can't. My phone chirped. One bar. I held it high through the gap and dialed again. This time, after a long pause, a dispatcher's voice came through broken and clipped. 911, what is your emergency? The relief nearly took my voice. We're in an old maintenance tunnel near Braddock off, I twisted, trying to remember the access road name. Off the rail embankment south of Braddock Avenue. 4 adults. We think someone is following us, possibly injured. We're trapped under a hatch. Static shredded the reply. Location again. I repeated it. Tess called up, tell them county drainage tunnel by the river access road. I did. The dispatcher cut in and out. Are you in immediate danger? I looked down. Another ripple. A soft footstep. Pat. Then another pat. Not running. Still not running. Yes, I said. Maybe. Someone is between us and the exit. Can you leave the way you entered? No. That was the first time I had said it. The first time it became true. The dispatcher asked something else, but the signal dropped half the words. Stay on the line if you can, she said, or maybe stay where you are. Then static surged and the call failed. I stared at the screen. No service. Nolan, Tess said, I got through. Are they coming? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I gave the location. The call dropped. Marco let out a small, cracked laugh. Great, that's perfect. Jessa slapped his arm. Shut up. No, I'm just enjoying how every decision we make gets worse. Tess rounded on him. You wanted to keep filming the footprints, and you wanted the tunnel. I wanted a location, not whatever this is. Their voices rose, bouncing up the shaft and down the tunnel, and I felt the old panic pressing behind my ribs. Arguments made people slow. Pride made people stupid. Fear turned every sentence into a shove. "Stop," I said. Nobody heard me. Marco pointed at Tess. "You said it was county-owned." "It is." "You said permits were handled." I said I called. "Oh, excellent distinction." "Stop," I said louder. The LED flickered below. For half a second, darkness folded over them. In that half second, something splashed behind Jessa. She screamed. The light came back. Jessa had stumbled forward, one hand over her mouth. Marco caught her by the elbow. Tess swung her phone flashlight toward the curve, its weak beam shaking wildly. "What?" I shouted. Jessa couldn't answer. She pointed. At the edge of the light, near the bend we had just come through, a hand rested against the wall. Human hand, pale with grime across the knuckles. Low to the ground, fingers spread, as if someone was crouched just out of sight. Then it slipped away. No rush, no dramatic vanishing. It simply pulled back around the curve. Marco made a thin sound in his throat. Tess whispered, "Up, we go up." "The hatch won't open," I said. "Then we make it open." I climbed down fast enough to burn my palm on the rung. Jessa first. She's smallest. We boost her, she might squeeze through the gap. Jessa stared at the shaft. The gap is like 4 inches. We widen it. "With what?" Marco asked. I scanned the alcove. Old pipe brackets, broken concrete, rust flakes, trash, my camera bag. Then I remembered the tripod strapped to the side of Marco's backpack. "Tripod," I said. He blinked. "What?" "Give me your tripod." "It's carbon fiber." "Marco." He fumbled it loose with shaking hands. The footsteps resumed beyond the curve. Pat, pat. A pause, pat. Tess whispered, "Why is he barefoot?" "Maybe he lost his shoes," Jessa said, voice trembling. "Maybe somebody took them." That image landed hard. I jammed one leg of the tripod into the gap at the top of the hatch and leaned with all my weight. The carbon fiber flexed. The cover scraped another inch, grinding against whatever blocked it from above. Daylight cut across my face. More air came through, and with it a smell that didn't belong outside. Bleach. Sharp. Chemical. Recent. I froze. Tess saw my expression. "What? There's bleach." "From above." "I think so." Marco whispered. "Why would there be bleach above a manhole?" Before anyone could answer, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A text message had come through late, time-stamped 7 minutes earlier from an unknown number. No police. He hears them first. Under it was a photo, blurry, dark, taken from behind us, inside the tunnel. 4 figures walking away. Us. My hand went numb around the phone. Tess climbed 2 rungs and looked at the screen. For once, she didn't say anything. Below us, Jess's broken recorder began playing sound from its damaged speaker, distorted and low, maybe triggered by the fall, maybe by her thumb hitting the wrong button earlier. At first, it was only tunnel noise. Drips, boots, breathing. Then my own voice, recorded minutes before. "We're leaving now. We don't want trouble." A pause. Then, buried beneath the static, another voice much closer to the recorder than any of us had been. A whisper. "Wrong way." The LED panel died. The tunnel went black except for Tess's phone, my phone, and the thin, unreachable ring of daylight above. And from the darkness at the curve, the barefoot steps entered the wider chamber. The dark did not come all at once. It came in pieces. First, the tunnel lost its edges. Then the floor disappeared, except for the oily flash of water when Tess's phone beam shook across it. Then Marco's face became a pale oval above his jacket collar, and Jessa turned into a shape with one hand pressed to the wall and the other wrapped around her broken recorder. And behind them, at the curve, the barefoot steps stopped. Not because whoever was there had left, because he had arrived. "Light," Tess whispered. "I've got it," I said, though I didn't, not really. My phone flashlight came on with that pathetic little burst phones give you when you ask them to replace something designed for the job. The beam made everything smaller. The alcove, the ladder, the four of us, the black mouth of the tunnel bending away behind Jessa. We were in the wider chamber now, maybe 12 feet across and 15 feet long, with the rusted ladder bolted to the right wall and the main tunnel running through it like a throat. Behind us, the way we came in curved back toward the entrance. Ahead past the alcove, the tunnel continued deeper, sloping down and bending left again after maybe 30 yards. The hatch above was still cracked open only a few inches, a gray ring of daylight too narrow to mean escape. Tess had her phone aimed at the curve behind us. A man stood there, not fully in the chamber, not fully hiding either. He was crouched low, one palm on the wet floor, the other braced on the wall. Skinny, white, maybe 30, maybe 50. Fear and grime made age useless. He wore a torn navy sweatshirt and basketball shorts so dirty they looked stiff. His feet were bare. One ankle was swollen badly enough that the skin had puffed over the bone. Mud packed between his toes. His eyes moved over us too fast. "Don't go up," he said. His voice was raw, scraped down to almost nothing. Marco made a choking noise. "Who are you?" The man flinched like the question had been thrown at him. Tess kept the light on his face. "Are you hurt?" He blinked hard. "Don't go up." "We called 911, I said. The man's mouth twitched. Not a smile, more like a spasm. "Then he knows." "Who?" Jessa asked. The man looked over his shoulder into the tunnel behind him. That movement did more to scare me than anything he had said, because it was not theatrical. It was quick and practiced, the glance of someone who has learned exactly where danger comes from. Tess lowered her voice. "Listen, we can help you, but you need to tell us what's happening." "No," he said. "No, you need to move." "Move where?" I asked. He pointed past us, deeper into the tunnel. Jessa shook her head. "Absolutely not." The man's eyes snapped to her. "He sealed the hatch. He watches that one." Marco said. "Who is he?" The man breathed through his mouth. Wet, shaky. "I don't know his name." "Convenient," Marco snapped. "Marco," Tess warned. "No, I'm sorry, but a random tunnel goblin tells us not to use the exit, and we're supposed to just..." The man lurched forward. All of us recoiled. He stopped immediately and raised both hands, palms out. His fingernails were broken, black underneath. "I was on the river trail," he said, 3 nights ago. I came in because it started raining and there was somebody crying inside." His eyes flicked toward the hatch. "He took my shoes." Jessa whispered. "Who took your shoes?" The man swallowed. "The guy with the cart." That meant nothing to us then, and somehow that made it worse. Above, through the cracked hatch, tires hissed on wet road. Normal life went by, close enough to hear. I climbed the ladder again with Marco's tripod in one hand. "Nolan," Tess said, "we try the hatch one more time." The man just said the man might be confused, hurt, or lying. The barefoot man gave a short, awful laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I ignored him because I had to. Attempt one, get out through the hatch. It was the simplest solution, which made it feel like the only adult one. I wedged the tripod leg into the gap and shoved upward. The cover scraped. Rust dust fell into my eyes. I blinked hard and tasted metal in the back of my throat. Again, Tess said from below, I know. I changed the angle and pushed with my shoulder. Something heavy shifted above with a gritty drag. The gap widened another inch, enough that a stripe of evening cut across the shaft and showed the ladder bolts furred with rust. Almost, Marco said. Hope made him stupidly loud. The barefoot man hissed, quiet. Marco looked down. Don't shush me. Then something clanged above the hatch. Once, metal on metal. Every face turned upward. The sound came again, not from inside the tunnel, but above ground, directly over us. A slow scrape. Then the soft crunch of weight shifting on gravel. Tess killed her phone light by instinct. I killed mine a second later. Darkness slammed back. We froze on the ladder and below it, breathing in a stack. Through the narrow hatch gap, a thin shadow passed over the daylight. Someone was standing on top of it. A voice above us said, You stuck. It was male, calm, almost friendly. Marco's breath hitched. The barefoot man backed away so fast his bare feet splashed. Jessa grabbed his sleeve before he could bolt deeper into the tunnel, and he nearly tore himself free before realizing she wasn't attacking him. Above, the man tapped the hatch with something metal. Tap, tap, tap. You want help? He called. Nobody answered. My arms were trembling from holding myself halfway up the ladder. My fingers cramped around the tripod. The voice above chuckled softly. Then a pale liquid began to drip through the gap. At first, I thought rainwater. Then the bleach smell hit so hard my eyes watered. It splashed on my sleeve, cold and chemical. A few drops struck my cheek, burning in tiny pinpricks. Down, Tess whispered. I dropped too fast. My boot missed the last rung, and I landed badly, pain flashing through my left ankle. Tess caught my backpack and kept me from going over backward. More bleach ran through the gap, not a flood, just enough to make the message clear. The man above dragged the hatch shut with a heavy scrape. The ring of daylight narrowed. Gone. The shaft became a black pipe. Jessa coughed into her sleeve. Why bleach? The barefoot man answered from the edge of the chamber. Dogs. What? Tess said. So they can't track where he takes people. Nobody spoke for a second. Then Marco vomited into the water beside the ladder. It wasn't dramatic. Just a sudden bend at the waist and a harsh, wet sound that made Tess turn away, and Jessa whisper, Jesus, Marco. My ankle throbbed, but it held when I put weight on it. Not broken. Sprained, maybe. The bleach burned on my cheek. I wiped it with my sleeve and probably made it worse. Tess looked at me. Her face was furious and scared. Still think he might be lying. I didn't answer. The barefoot man had retreated to the far side of the alcove, near the deeper tunnel. Tess put her light on him again, lower this time, not blinding him. What's your name? She asked. He hesitated so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Evan, he said. Evan Rusk, 38, male, from Youngstown. He said it like he was reading from a form in his head, like identity had become something he had to prove. Tess nodded. "Evan, how do we get out?" He pointed deeper. "Old pump room. Service stairs past it. Maybe, Marco coughed, wiping his mouth. "Wonderful." Evan's face tightened. "I didn't get that far." "Why not?" "Because I heard him ahead." That was when attempt one became failure, and failure became geography. The entrance was behind us, blocked by distance, curves, and maybe whoever had taken Evan's shoes. The hatch above was watched, and now sealed. The only remaining route was deeper, through the chamber, down the sloping tunnel, past a pump room Evan had not reached safely, towards service stairs he only believed existed. Attempt 2 was to contact help again. Tess crouched at the base of the ladder and held her phone high toward the sealed hatch. "One bar, come on, come on." I stood beside her with my phone too, arm raised until my shoulder burned. No service. Then emergency only. Then nothing. Marco wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Text. Text is better than a call." "I know," Tess said. She typed with both thumbs. "Old tunnel NEAR BRADDOCK AVE. 4 of US plus injured man. Trapped. Man above hatch. Send police." She tried to send it to 911 first. Failed, then to her sister. Failed, then to group chat with her production coordinator and 2 friends. It hung there with a little spinning circle. "Send the photo," Jessa said. "What?" "The unknown text. Send screenshots, location, everything." Tess looked at me. I handed her my phone. The text from the unknown number still glowed on the screen. "No police. He hears them first." The photo of us from behind looked worse the second time. In the blur, my LED made a white square on the tunnel wall. Jess's headphones were visible. Marco's cap, Tess's hood, and at the very edge of the frame, in the lower left corner, something else. A gray wheel, not a car wheel, small, rubber, like a cart. I zoomed in. "Evan," I said, "you mentioned a cart." His face shut down. "What kind of cart?" He looked toward the deeper tunnel. "Maintenance cart. Old laundry cart. I don't know. Metal basket. 2 wheels squeak, 1 drags." Jessa closed her eyes for a second, listening to a memory. The scrape, the fabric on concrete sound we'd heard earlier. Not fabric, a bad wheel. Tess's message failed. She swore once, softly, with real feeling. Jessa lifted her damaged recorder. "I might be able to get signal higher up if I use the cable." Marco stared at her. "Your recorder sends texts now." "No, but my phone was in my back pocket when I slipped. I didn't check it." She pulled it out. The screen was cracked in a spiderweb across the top corner, but it turned on. 11% battery. "No bars," she said. "Climb the ladder," Tess said. Jessa hesitated. After the bleach, he closed it. "Just try from below the cover." Jessa climbed slower than I had, one-handed, keeping her phone raised. Halfway up, the ladder shifted. A bolt popped. The sound cracked like a gunshot in the shaft. Jessa screamed and slammed against the rungs. Tess grabbed the bottom of the ladder as if she could hold the whole thing to the wall by force. I lunged under Jessa, hands up, ankles screaming. "Don't move," I said. "I am not moving," Jessa snapped, breathless. A second bolt groaned but held. She climbed down inch by inch, shaking so badly her boot knocked metal twice. When she reached the floor, she slid down the wall and hugged her phone to her chest. "Okay," Tess said. Okay, no more ladder. Jessa laughed once, ugly and dry. Because I hated ladder. Attempt 2 had failed too. No call, no text, no climb, and now the ladder was unsafe enough that even the hatch wasn't a fantasy anymore. That was when the terrifying misdirection happened. A scream came from the deeper tunnel. High, human, sudden. It ripped through the chamber and bounced so violently off the concrete that Marco fell backward into the wall. Tess grabbed Jessa. Evan clamped both hands over his ears and folded down into a crouch. The scream came again. Longer, a woman's scream. Someone's down there, Jessa said. Evan shook his head hard. No, you don't know that. No, Marco was breathing too fast. We can't just leave someone. Tess looked at me, and I knew what she saw. The thing I hated in myself and had built a whole personality around hiding. The part that couldn't bear being thought cowardly. The part that would walk deeper into a tunnel because a stranger might need help. And because 3 other people might watch me not do it. Nolan, Tess said, think. The scream came a third time, but this time it cracked at the end, bending into a metallic shriek. Not a voice. Jessa's head lifted. She listened. That's not a person, she said. We waited. The sound came again, shorter now, and underneath it was a grinding rhythm. Evan whispered, train. Train, Marco said. Freight line above. Sound comes through the vents near the pump room. Evan swallowed. First time I heard it, I ran straight into a wall. A moment later, the low thunder arrived, muffled by earth and concrete. A train passing somewhere above us, its brakes screaming on the curve. Ordinary, explainable, still awful. The tunnel shook dust from its seams, and the water at our feet trembled as if something huge were moving beneath it. The relief did not help much. It only proved that our nerves could be tricked. When the train faded, the chamber felt smaller. Evan said, we have to go before he comes down from the south stairs. Tess turned on him. There are south stairs. Not here, farther in. You said service stairs were a way out. They are, maybe, but he uses them. Marco threw his hands up. This guy is a fountain of helpful details. Evan stepped toward him, sudden anger cutting through his exhaustion. I have been in here 3 days with no shoes, drinking runoff, and hiding in pipe holes. I am sorry my tour of the murder tunnel is incomplete. That shut Marco up better than anything. Jessa stood, wobbling slightly. Pipe holes. Evan pointed into the deeper tunnel. Past the pump room, there are side drains, too small for him with the cart, big enough to hide if you don't breathe loud. Tess looked down the tunnel, and the stairs, beyond the flooded section. Flooded how deep? Evan hesitated. How deep? She repeated. Knee, maybe waist in the middle, Marco groaned. No. Then go back, Evan said. The words hung there. Back meant the entrance. Back meant the watched hatch. Back meant the man above, the cart, the bleach. Whatever route he used to move around the tunnel system while we stumbled around with dying phones. Tess checked her phone again. Message still failed. My phone buzzed. All of us jumped. One new text. Unknown number. Stop lighting MY floor. Attached photo. This one was clearer. It showed the chamber from above, from the shaft, or somewhere near it, looking down at us through darkness. Tess's phone beam made a hard white patch on the wall. My face was turned up, mouth open. Jessa sat below the ladder. Marco stood hunched near the alcove, and Evan was circled in red. Under the photo, Another message appeared. Send HIM back and you walk out. Evan saw it. His face did something I will never forget. It did not twist into fear. It emptied, like he had been expecting the tunnel to ask for him eventually. Marco whispered. No, Jessa said. Nobody's sending anybody. But her voice shook. Tess took one step closer to Evan, putting herself between him and the rest of us without making a show of it. He's trying to split us. I nodded. Yes. My phone buzzed again. 10 seconds, then, from the tunnel behind us, the way back toward the entrance, came the squeak. One wheel, a dragging scrape, metal rattling softly in a basket. Evan whispered, cart. The sound was not close, but it was moving. Not fast, steady. Tess pointed deeper. We go now. Marco didn't move. Into waist-deep water. You can stay and negotiate with the cart guy. He moved. We left the chamber in a tight line. Tess first now with her phone light held low. Then Jessa. Then Evan limping hard. Then Marco. Then me at the rear because I was the one with the other phone. And because some stupid part of me still believed standing last meant I was in control. The tunnel beyond the alcove sloped down more sharply. The walls narrowed, then widened again. On the left, a rusted pipe ran along the floor before disappearing into a square opening. On the right, 3 maintenance niches passed by, each one deep enough for a crouched person. I shone my phone into each as we passed. Empty, empty. A pile of old clothes in the third, and for half a second my mind turned it into a body before the light steadied and showed a moldy jacket, 2 beer cans, and a tire. Keep moving, Tess said. The squeaking cart faded behind us, muffled by the bend. Ahead, the floor dipped into water. Not a puddle. A flooded section stretching at least 30 feet, maybe more, because the tunnel curved again beyond it. The water was black under our phone lights, carrying floating leaves, foam, and something that looked like strips of insulation. How deep? Tess asked. Evan leaned against the wall, sweating. Shallow on the right, drops on the left. Jessa looked at me. Your ankle, fine. It was. Every step sent a bright pulse up my leg. We entered on the right. The first few steps reached our ankles. Then mid-shin. The cold bit through my jeans and tightened the muscles in my calves. Tess moved slowly, feeling with each foot before shifting weight. Jessa kept one hand on the wall. Evan stumbled twice. Marco muttered, no, 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 under his breath like prayer had become a bad habit. Halfway through, Jessa stopped. What? Tess whispered. My recorder. For God's sake, Marco said. No, listen. We listened. Behind us, beyond the chamber, beyond the curve, the cart stopped squeaking. Then came the bare footsteps. Pat, pat. Faster now. Evan said, he's off the cart. Tess moved. Go. The water deepened without warning. Tess dropped to her waist with a splash and bit back a scream. Jessa grabbed her hood. I grabbed Evan's sweatshirt. Marco grabbed my shoulder and nearly dragged us all down. Right side, Evan gasped. Stay right. I am right, Tess snapped. No more right. We pressed against the wall, scraping our hands over slime-slick concrete. My ankle rolled on submerged debris, and pain burst white behind my eyes. I almost went under. Marco caught my backpack strap and hauled me upright, his own panic giving him strength he hadn't had a minute before. Got you, he said, breathless. I got you. Thanks. Don't make it emotional. We reached the far side soaked to the waist, shaking, phones held high. The tunnel floor rose again. Past the flooded section, the air changed. Warmer, sourer. A mechanical smell, old oil and rust. The pump room was on the left. A rectangular chamber through a doorway with no door, its frame crusted orange. Inside were 2 dead pumps, a control panel stripped of copper, and a broken office chair lying on its side. Beyond the pump room, the main tunnel continued another 20 yards to a T-junction. Painted arrows on the wall, barely visible under grime. North outfall, left arrow, south access, right arrow. Evan stared at the words. Tess said, "Which way?" He didn't answer. "Evan, I came from south," he whispered. "Then north." "No, north is the river Great. Locked." "South is him," Marco said. Behind us, from the flooded section, came a splash. Then another. The barefoot man was in the water. Not slowly anymore. Tess looked at the T-junction. North to a locked grate. South to stairs used by whoever had trapped Evan. Behind us, water and footsteps. A triangle with closing sides. Then Marco, who had drifted toward the pump room doorway, said, "Guys." His voice was small. We turned. On the far wall of the pump room, half hidden behind the dead control panel, was a fresh sheet of plywood covering a service door. It had been screwed in from our side, and written on it in black marker, in large, careful letters, "Do not open if you hear bare feet." Below that, newer, smaller, scratched into the wood with something sharp, "Liar. Open IT." The splashing behind us reached the near edge of the flood. Tess grabbed the screwdriver from Marco's tripod plate with shaking hands. That was the point where retreat ended, because behind us, the tunnel filled with phone light that was not ours, and a man's calm voice called from the dark, "Evan, you know I can wait." Then the first screw turned. The first screw came out clean. That was the only clean thing that happened. Tess turned it with the little screwdriver plate from Marco's tripod, her fingers shaking so hard the tool kept slipping out of the slot. The screw squealed in the plywood. Every turn sounded too loud. Behind us, the man's phone light floated at the far side of the flooded stretch. Not close enough to show his face. Not yet. Just the light, low and steady, shining over the water like a small white eye. "Evan," the man called. "You're making new friends nervous." Evan stood beside the pump room doorway with his back against the wall, one hand gripping a rusted pipe. He looked smaller in our light than he had before. Not harmless, not exactly, but stripped down. Bare feet gray with tunnel mud, sweat running along his jaw, his swollen ankle trembling because he was trying not to put weight on it. "Don't answer him," Tess said. Evan made a sound that might have been a laugh if he'd had enough air for it. Wasn't planning on catching up. Marco held his phone toward the flooded section. His other hand clutched the collapsed tripod like a spear. Jessa stood behind him with the broken recorder hanging against her chest, headphones pushed down around her neck. I was at the rear, or what had become the rear, between them and the main tunnel, my ankle pulsing hot inside my boot. The geography had turned cruelly simple. Pump room on our left. T-junction 20 yards ahead. North outfall supposedly locked. South access supposedly his. Flooded tunnel behind us with the man crossing it now, plywood-covered service door in front of Tess. One way had to work. The second screw came loose and dropped into the water at her feet. Ping. The man's light stopped moving. "Careful," he said. "That door is closed for a reason." "Then you shouldn't have trapped us on this side of it," Tess snapped. A pause. Then the man laughed once. Not loudly, not madly, just amused enough to make my hands tighten. "Trapped," he said. "You walked in." Marco whispered, "I'm going to hit him." "No, you're not," Jessa said. If he gets close, you'll swing too early and fall over." He looked at her, offended even now. "Thanks, you're welcome." Another screw turned. The plywood shifted at the top, flexing away from the frame. A breath of air slipped through from the other side. Cold, moving, not the dead, wet air of the tunnel. Outside air. I saw Tess feel it. Her face changed. "There's space behind this," she said. The man's tone sharpened. "Don't open that," Evan whispered. "Open it." The man's light moved again. Faster now. Water splashed around his legs. "Evan," he called, "no more softness in it. Last chance." I raised my phone light higher. For the first time, the beam caught him properly. He was broad through the shoulders, maybe mid-40s, white, wearing a reflective road worker's jacket over dark clothes and rubber boots that reached his knees. Not a monster. Not even especially strange at first glance. That made the whole thing worse. He looked like someone you'd wave past a work zone, someone who belonged beside cones and utility trucks. He pushed the metal cart with one hand, letting it roll through the shallow edge of the flooded section. One wheel squeaked. One dragged. In the cart were bolt cutters, a coil of rope, a plastic jug, a folded tarp, and a long-handled hook like the kind used to pull grates. The bleach smell came with him. Jessa whispered, "He's not barefoot." "No," Evan said. "He makes you barefoot." The third screw stuck. Tess pressed harder. The plate slipped and sliced the pad of her thumb. She hissed and shook her hand once. Blood spotted the plywood. "Move," I said. "I've got it." "Tess," I said, "I've got it." She dug the little screwdriver back into the groove. The man was halfway across the flooded stretch now, boots sending low waves ahead of him. The phone light washed over the water. It caught the wall, the rusted pipe, the painted arrows, north outfall, south access. The man saw what we were doing and left the cart. The squeak stopped. He stepped into deeper water without hesitation. Jessa grabbed Marco's sleeve. "Now would be the time for your big director swing." Marco swallowed. "Right." The fourth screw came out. The bottom of the plywood still held. "How many?" Tess said. "Two more," I said. "Of course." The man reached the near side of the flooded section. Maybe 30 feet away, maybe less. "Listen to me," he said. "There's a drop behind that door. Open it fast. One of you goes down hard." "Better than staying," Tess said. "Ask Evan how good his judgment is." Evan's face tightened. The man looked at him and smiled without showing teeth. "Tell them about the first guy." Evan shut his eyes. Marco turned on him. "What first guy?" "No," Tess said. "Do not start that now." The man took another step toward us. "He didn't mention that." "Shut up," Evan rasped. He was so helpful with the first one, held the flashlight, told him the way out. Evan shoved away from the wall. "I didn't know." "Didn't know what?" Marco demanded. "Marco, eyes forward," Jessa snapped. Too late. The man moved. Not a charge, a quick, practical burst. He came off the tunnel wall and crossed the last distance while Marco was looking at Evan. The long-handled hook lifted. "Marco," I yelled. Marco turned and swung the tripod. He did swing too early. Jessa had been right. The hook caught the tripod's legs and ripped it sideways. Marco stumbled. The man stepped in and drove his shoulder into him. Marco hit the wall with a heavy grunt, phone bouncing from his hand into the water. Darkness swallowed half the room. Jessa screamed his name. I lunged despite my ankle. The man swung the hook low. It caught my bad leg just above the boot, not sharp enough to cut deep, but hard enough to sweep me off balance. My foot twisted. Pain tore up my shin and into my hip. I went down on one knee in the cold water. The man reached for Evan. That was all he wanted, not us, not first. Evan tried to back away and couldn't. His swollen ankle folded. He fell against the pump room doorway, one hand up like that could stop a man who had built his whole little kingdom out of corners and fear. Tess abandoned the screw. She drove her shoulder into the plywood. It cracked but didn't open. Again, Jessa shouted. The man grabbed Evan by the sweatshirt. Evan punched him in the throat. It was not graceful. It was not cinematic. It was a desperate, ugly jab from a half-starved man with broken nails. But it landed. The man choked and loosened his grip. Marco came off the wall and swung the collapsed tripod again, this time from close range. It struck the man's forearm with a hollow crack. The hook clattered into the water. The man roared, not pain exactly, fury. He backhanded Marco across the face. Marco dropped hard, his head glancing off the concrete wall. The sound was dull and final enough that Jessa made a small broken noise. Marco, he moved, but badly. Tess hit the plywood again. The lower screws tore through softened wood. The panel bowed inward. Air rushed through the gap, and behind it, dim gray light, not daylight from above. Lateral light, a side opening. "There's a crawl space," she shouted. The man heard. He looked from Evan to the door. His face changed from anger to calculation. I saw the choice happen. If we got through, he lost control. I shoved myself up, grabbed the long-handled hook from the water, and jammed it through the nearest wheel of the cart behind him. It was the only thing I could reach. Then I kicked the cart with my good foot. It rolled crooked. The hooked wheel locked. The cart flipped sideways with a brutal metal crash, spilling the jug, rope, tarp, and bolt cutters into the water. The man turned toward the sound. "Go," I shouted. Jessa ducked under Tess's arm and grabbed the edge of the broken plywood. Together, they pulled. The panel tore away from the remaining screw in a spray of splinters. Behind it was not a doorway exactly, but a low service passage, maybe 3 feet high, slanting upward through concrete. Old utility access. Narrow. Wet. The bottom was lined with mud and broken leaves. At the far end, maybe 20 feet away, I could see a rusted grate with faint outside light beyond it. North outfall. Not locked from this side, just small. "Tess first," I said. "No," Tess said. "Jessa." "Move," I yelled. Jessa dropped to her knees and crawled in, dragging her recorder by its strap. Tess pushed Marco's shoulder. "Marco, up." He blinked at her. Blood ran from his nose and into his beard. "I'm good." "You are not good, crawl." He tried to stand, wobbled, then dropped to hands and knees and went into the passage behind Jessa. The man came at me. I still had the hook shaft in both hands. My grip was bad. My right palm was slick with tunnel water and rust. He grabbed the far end and yanked. I held on because letting go meant he had it. My ankle screamed. He was stronger, much stronger. He pulled me toward him in 2 harsh jerks, boots planted wide, face red, breath loud through his nose. Up close, he smelled like bleach, sweat, and old coffee. "You should have walked out when I offered," he said. "You weren't offering us anything." He smiled then, quick and private. "No, but you wanted to believe I was." He twisted the hook. My fingers slipped. Then Evan hit him with the bolt cutters. Not in the head. He didn't have the angle. He swung them 2-handed into the man's knee. The sound was sickening. The man buckled and let out a shout that filled the chamber. He released the hook and grabbed for Evan. Evan stumbled backward, but Tess caught him from the service passage entrance. "Crawl," she shouted at him. "I can't fast." "Then crawl slow." She shoved him into the low passage ahead of herself. Evan cried out as his bad ankle dragged over the broken threshold, but he kept moving, elbows and knees scraping through mud. The man reached for the bolt cutters. I struck his hand with the hook shaft. Once, twice. He grabbed my wrist on the 3rd swing. His thumb dug into the tendon until my hand opened. The hook fell. He drove me back into the pump room wall. My shoulder hit first. My head followed, not hard enough to knock me out, but hard enough to fill my vision with bright specks. "Nolan," Tess shouted. She was still at the passage entrance, still not leaving. Of course she was. The man looked at her. "Producer," he said, as if recognizing her role from the way she stood. "Tell him to stop." Tess's eyes flicked behind him to the spilled jug. Bleach. A plastic gallon cracked at the cap, leaking into the water. She looked at me, then at Jess's recorder cable hanging from the service passage, then at the dead control panel. It took me half a second to understand. The pump room floor was wet. The control panel was stripped, probably dead, probably. But there was still conduit running into it, still an old breaker box mounted beside the doorway, its metal cover hanging open. No one knew what was live. That was the danger. That was the chance. "Tess," I said. "No." The man turned his head. Tess grabbed the broken office chair from inside the pump room and hurled it at him. It hit his shoulder and bounced off, but it made him release me. "Run," she said. "I can't." "Crawl then." The man lunged toward her. She backed into the service passage. He grabbed her ankle. She kicked him in the face with her other foot, heel catching his cheekbone. He snarled and dragged her halfway out. Her fingernails scraped through mud. She grabbed the edge of the broken plywood frame and held on. I swung the hook one last time, not at him, at the breaker box. The metal cover snapped loose and clanged into the water. Inside, the old switches and cut wires were a black mess. I jammed the hook into it and shoved. Nothing happened. For one clean second, nothing. Then the chamber popped with blue-white sparks. A breaker somewhere, unbelievably still connected to some forgotten line, gave a deep electrical buzz. The water around the wall flashed. Not a movie explosion, not a lightning bolt, just a brutal snapping arc that made every muscle in my arm seize. The shock threw me backward. The man screamed and released Tess. He had one hand on the wet wall, one knee in the water near the leaking bleach jug. The current wasn't enough to kill him outright, not like in films. But it hurt him. It confused him. His body locked for a fraction of a second, then jerked away. He fell sideways into his overturned cart, striking his head against the metal rim. Hard, he went down. The chamber went dark again, as whatever old circuit had woken up died with a final, stinking pop. My arm felt wrong. Not broken. Worse in a quieter way. Tingling from shoulder to fingertips, hand clenched even though I was telling it to open. My teeth ached. Tess crawled to me. "Can you move?" "Yeah, then move." The man groaned, not unconscious, not done. Jess's voice came from the passage. "Tess, we found the grate. Can you open it?" A pause. Then metal rattling. "No, of course." I almost laughed. Tess looked at the tunnel behind us, then at the man trying to push himself up with one shaking arm. "Go," I said. She grabbed my collar. "You first. That passage is too narrow for me fast. Help Evan." "I am not leaving you with him." "You're not. I'm coming." It was a lie with a useful shape. She knew it. She hated it. Then Marco's voice echoed from the passage, slurred but loud. "Tripod." "What?" Tess shouted. "The tripod. Pass it." Tess scrambled, found the collapsed tripod in the water near the doorway, and shoved it into the crawl space. More rattling. Metal against metal. Jessa grunting. Marco cursing through what sounded like a broken nose. The man rose to one knee. His cheek was already swelling. Blood ran from his hairline into one eye. He looked at me with no calm left at all. I picked up the bolt cutters. They were heavier than I expected. He looked at them, then at me. For the first time, he hesitated. Behind me, Jessa screamed. "It's moving," the grate shrieked. Once, twice, then gave way with a rusted scream that opened into outside air. Wind came through the passage carrying river smell, weeds, traffic, rain on hot asphalt, real air. The man heard it too. He charged. I didn't swing the bolt cutters like a weapon. I couldn't. My shocked arm barely obeyed. I threw them at his legs. He stumbled over them, not falling all the way, but enough. Enough for Tess to grab the back of my jacket and drag me down into the service passage. My bad ankle folded under me. I shouted. Mud filled my mouth. Concrete scraped my ribs. Tess shoved from behind and crawled over my legs when I jammed at the shoulders. "Move, Nolan. I'm stuck." "You are not stuck. I'm stuck." The passage pressed around me, concrete against both shoulders, my camera bag snagged on the torn plywood behind. Panic hit so fast I almost lost myself. The coal room, the basement, the flashlight dropping. Too old for this. The man grabbed my boot. I kicked. He held on. His fingers dug into my injured ankle, and the pain was so bright I couldn't breathe. Tess reached back, grabbed the strap of my camera bag, and pulled it over my head. The bag ripped loose and stayed behind in the doorway. Freed, I lurched forward 6 inches. The man kept my boot. "Nolan," Jessa shouted from ahead. I heard the cart scrape as he braced himself. He was going to pull me back out. Tess flattened herself in the passage beside me as much as she could and drove both heels backward. Once, twice. Her second kick connected with his wrist. He cursed and loosened his grip. I tore forward, leaving the boot in his hand. My socked foot dragged through mud and broken glass or gravel or something sharp enough to cut. I didn't stop. The passage sloped upward. Jessa was already outside, visible as a silhouette at the torn grate. Marco was half through, crawling on elbows. Evan lay just beyond him on the wet grass, gasping. Tess pushed me until my hands hit weeds. Cold rain speckled my face. I hauled myself through the outfall opening and rolled onto a concrete drainage apron beside the river, under a bridge I recognized only by the sound of tires overhead. Jessa grabbed my jacket and dragged me clear. Marco collapsed beside me. Tess came last, kicking free as the man's hand shot through the opening and missed her by an inch. Jessa and Marco shoved the rusted grate back against the opening. It didn't latch. The man hit it from inside. The grate jumped. "Hold it," Tess screamed. We all held it. Marco with one shoulder, Jessa with both hands. Tess braced her feet against the concrete. I leaned my body into the frame, one boot on, one foot bleeding inside a filthy sock. Evan crawled to the side, and with a sound like tearing cloth, wrapped the cart's rope through the grate bars and around a rusted pipe set into the drainage wall. His hands shook too hard for knots. Jessa shoved him aside and tied it. The man hit the grate again. The rope snapped tight. The pipe groaned, but held. Sirens sounded somewhere above. Distant at first, then closer. For a second, none of us trusted the sound. The man stopped hitting the grate. Inside the tunnel, in the dark beyond the bars, his phone light lifted. We saw part of his face through the grid. One eye swollen, blood on his cheek. Not defeated in the way stories want men like him defeated. Just delayed, breathing, watching. Then he backed away from the grate and disappeared into the tunnel system that had hidden him long before we entered it. Police found us 7 minutes later on the drainage apron, soaked, bleeding, and yelling over one another. They did not find him that night, but they found the cart. They found the bleach. They found 3 pairs of shoes in a side niche near the south access stairs. And when a paramedic cut off my remaining boot to look at my ankle, I started laughing so hard Tess had to put a muddy hand on my shoulder and tell me to stop before I scared everyone worse. I wasn't laughing because it was funny. I was laughing because the sock on my injured foot was gone. Somewhere between the crawl space and the outfall, the tunnel had taken it from me too. The first police officer to reach us kept telling everyone not to move, which would have been easier advice to follow if any of us had been capable of moving properly. We were spread across the concrete drainage apron below the bridge, like people thrown there by weather. Rain misted under the overpass in sideways threads. The Monongahela moved dark and slow beyond the weeds. Traffic passed above us with that normal wet road hiss I had heard through the hatch, the sound of people going home, arguing about dinner, changing lanes without thinking about the tunnels underneath them. One officer, a young man with a shaved head and water dripping off the brim of his cap, kept his flashlight on the grate. Another knelt beside Evan. A third tried to ask me my name 3 times before I understood he wanted me to answer. "Nolan Price," I said. He wrote it down. "Can you tell me how many people are still inside?" I looked at the grate. The rope Jessa had tied still held it against the opening, though every few seconds it twitched in the rainwater running down the concrete. Not from a hand behind it. Just runoff. I knew that. I watched it anyway. One, I said, maybe the man who attacked us. The officer's eyes moved to the grate too. Armed, hook, bolt cutters, maybe other things. Firearm. I didn't see one. That answer felt too small for the size of him in my memory. No firearm. Just planning, access, darkness, rope, bleach, and enough patience to weight people into bad choices. Paramedics came down the embankment with bags and a folding stretcher, slipping in the mud and cursing under their breath. The ordinary sound of that helped more than the sirens. They sounded irritated, competent, cold. Real people doing a bad job on a worse slope. Tess stayed upright until one of them tried to sit her down. "I'm fine," she said. The paramedic, a woman with gray blonde hair tucked into her collar, looked at Tess's bleeding thumb, the mud on her knees, the chemical reddening along her wrist, and the way she was bracing one arm across her ribs. "Sure," she said. "Be fine sitting." Tess sat. Marco was not allowed to argue. His nose had swollen crooked, and every time he tried to stand, his eyes lost focus. Jessa hovered near him until a paramedic told her, gently but firmly, that she needed to let them check her too. "I didn't hit my head," she said. "You're shaking hard enough to blur," the paramedic told her. Jessa looked down at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. Evan was the quietest. That scared me more than his panic had. He lay on the stretcher with a thermal blanket over him, bare feet exposed at the end. One ankle was purple and swollen, the other heel split open from walking on concrete and gravel. When an officer asked him questions, he answered in short pieces. Name, Evan Rusk. Age, 38. From Youngstown. Last seen 3 days ago near the river trail. He gave those facts like he had saved them in a pocket for when someone official finally asked. When the officer asked who took him, Evan turned his face toward the bridge supports and said, "I don't know his name." That became the answer for a lot of things. At the hospital, they separated us. I understood why. Statements, medical checks, liability, procedure. But after hours of moving as one frightened animal, being placed alone behind a curtain felt like punishment. My left ankle was badly sprained, not broken. 2 torn ligaments, according to the doctor, who said it with the mild cheer of someone delivering good news that would still ruin several months of stairs. My right hand had electrical burns across the palm where the current had entered through wet skin and metal. Not deep, but ugly. My foot, the one that had lost its boot in the crawl passage, had 2 cuts that needed cleaning but no stitches. The nurse who cleaned them kept apologizing. "This is going to sting. It's okay. It's really going to sting. It's okay." Then it stung, and I gripped the side of the bed so hard my burned hand cramped. She paused. "You can say it hurts." I laughed once. Not because she was funny. "I know," I said, but I didn't, not really. That was the first crack. Tiny, embarrassing. A nurse in blue gloves telling me I was allowed to admit a thing hurt, and me realizing how much of the night had gone wrong because I had treated fear like a mess I could hide from other people. Tess came to see me after midnight with her thumb bandaged and her hair still damp from where someone had wiped tunnel grime out of it. She stood in the doorway of the exam bay and looked me over. "You look terrible," she said. "You look like you fought plywood and lost." "I did fight plywood. Then You look accurate." She came in and sat in the plastic chair beside the bed. For a while, neither of us said anything. The hospital noises filled in around us. Wheels on linoleum, a cough behind a curtain, someone laughing too loudly near the nurse's station, the soft beep of machines from another room. Finally, she said, "They found your camera bag." That made me turn my head. Where? By the pump room doorway. Police brought it out in an evidence bag. Camera, don't know yet. I pictured it lying in the water where I had left it, strap twisted, memory card soaked, everything I owned for work turning into another object tagged and photographed by strangers. Then I realized I didn't care. Not much. "They find him?" I asked. Tess's face changed. "No," the words settled between us. "They cleared the section we were in," she said. "Then they pulled back. Pulled back. Too many branches. Bad air in some lower parts. Flooded sections. They're bringing in county maps, public works, search dogs, tactical people." That's what the detective told me. "Dogs," I said. She nodded. "They know about the bleach." Of course they did. We had all told them. We had told them everything in fragments, repeating over one another on the drainage apron, in the ambulance, at the hospital. Bleach at the hatch, cart, text messages, shoes, plywood, Evan, the voice, the phone light. Still, saying it out loud did not make the man easier to catch. Marco had a broken nose and a concussion. He sent a group text at 2:13 a.m. that read, "Alive ugly. Sorry for being an idiot." Jessa replied first, "You were already ugly." Tess stared at her phone when the message came through and started crying without making any sound. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand, annoyed at herself, and I pretended not to notice until she said, "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Be polite about it." So I looked at her. She cried for maybe 10 seconds. Then she stopped, took a breath that shook going in, and said, "I told Marco we needed texture. That's not why this happened. I know." But knowing didn't fix much that night. The legal part came in waves. Detectives interviewed us separately the next morning, then together, then separately again when our timelines didn't line up perfectly, because trauma turns time into a drawer full of loose screws. They took our clothes. They took Tess's phone, then gave it back after copying the messages. They took mine longer because of the unknown number and the photos. The number traced to a prepaid phone bought with cash at a gas station outside McKeesport. The photos were harder. Investigators believed at least one had been taken from above the hatch through the gap before it was sealed. Another may have been taken from a side niche using zoom. The detective, a square-shouldered woman named Harris, said this carefully, as if she did not want us imagining all the places he might have stood close enough to watch us breathe. "Was there surveillance equipment?" I asked. "Not that we've confirmed, but he knew where we were. He knew the tunnel," she said. "That may be enough." They found the south access stairs 2 days later. The entrance was hidden behind a rusted service door under an overgrown rail spur, less than a quarter mile from where we'd gone in. Inside were candles, food wrappers, plastic water jugs, and a battery bank wired to a cheap phone charger. They found a pile of reflective jackets and county work gloves. They found the cart's missing wheel, replaced more than once. They found strips of duct tape stuck to the underside of a pipe. They did not find the man. They found 3 pairs of shoes in the niche near the south stairs, like the officer had told us on the apron. Later, they found a 4th pair wedged behind a pump housing. Men's work boots, women's trail runners, 1 pair of red canvas sneakers with a child-sized charm clipped through the laces, though the shoes themselves were adult size. Evan identified 1 pair as his. The rest became evidence. No bodies were found in the first search. That was the phrase the news used, like the tunnel deserved credit for restraint. No bodies were found in the first search. The story made local news for 3 days. Then wider true crime accounts got hold of it and sanded off the parts that didn't fit. They called him the barefoot tunnel stalker. They said we were urban explorers, which Tess hated so much she nearly threw her phone. They said Evan had survived on mysterious tunnel water, which made Jessa mutter, "It's runoff, you idiots." They used a photo of the tunnel entrance taken in daylight, making it look almost harmless. My mother called after seeing a segment online. "You could have died," she said. "I know." "No, Nolan, you don't. You say that, but you don't." For once, I didn't argue. I stayed with my sister in Pittsburgh for 2 weeks because my apartment had stairs, and my ankle refused negotiation. I learned the humiliating logistics of injury. Shower chair, plastic bag over bandages, waking up because I had turned wrong in my sleep. My burned palm healed tight and pink. My foot healed slower. The cut across my arch opened twice because I kept trying to walk normally before I could. At night, I heard footsteps. Not always barefoot. Sometimes the upstairs neighbor. Sometimes pipes. Sometimes my sister's dog padding down the hall to drink from his bowl. But my body had stopped asking permission before reacting. A soft step in another room, and I was awake, sitting upright, hand reaching for a light. Tess went back to work first, because Tess coped by making calls and building spreadsheets around damage. She helped Jessa replace the recorder. She made sure Marco got paid for the project, even though the project died the moment we crawled out of that grate. She gave a statement to a local paper correcting the urban explorer angle and emphasizing that Evan was a victim, not some creepy tunnel man who had lured us in. Jessa listened to the audio once with Detective Harris. Only once. She told me about it later in a diner near Bloomfield, both of us sitting too close to the front window because neither of us liked booths anymore. According to her, the recorder had captured more than we realized. Our voices, the cartwheel, the train scream, the attacker's voice above the hatch, the whisper saying wrong way. Could they tell who said it? I asked. Jessa stirred her coffee until it nearly slopped over. Not clean enough. Was it Evan? She didn't answer at first. Then she said, "I don't think so." That stayed with me. Evan recovered enough to leave the hospital after 9 days. Tess visited him twice. I went once with a borrowed cane and a bag of socks because I couldn't think of anything else, and because the idea seemed stupid enough to be kind. He laughed when he opened it. A dry, careful laugh. Dark humor, he asked. Practical gift. Both, maybe. He looked better in a bed with clean sheets and a plastic water pitcher beside him, but only in the way wreckage looks better after someone sweeps the glass into a pile. His face had color. His feet were bandaged. His eyes still checked the door every time someone walked past it. "I keep thinking I hear the wheel," he said. "Me too. You never heard it before that night." "I heard enough." He nodded. Then he said, "He told me if I got someone else to follow my footprints, I could leave." I didn't know what to do with that. Evan looked down at his hands. "First day, maybe second. I was thirsty. I was stupid. I thought maybe he meant it. So when I heard you come in, I followed. I thought if I warned you and stayed close." He stopped. "I don't know what I thought." I remembered him saying don't from the dark. Not enough to explain. Not enough to save us. But maybe all he had left. "You warned us," I said. "Too late." Still, he closed his eyes. That was as close to forgiveness as either of us could get then. 2 months later, the county sealed the south access, the hatch, and the outfall grate with welded bars and concrete collars. The official report described the tunnel system as unauthorized, hazardous, and structurally inconsistent with current public access standards, which was a clean way of saying no one important had looked closely at it in years. Detective Harris called me once more in late summer. They had a suspect by then, former subcontractor for a utility maintenance company. Mid-40s, lived out of a van part of the year, had worked on drainage surveys in Allegheny County, had a record for assault, unlawful restraint, and impersonating a municipal worker in Ohio. His name was released later, but I won't put it here. Names can turn men like that into stories with neat edges. They found the van abandoned near Charleroi. Inside were rubber boots, road cones, 2 burner phones, and a county map with old tunnel lines marked in red. They also found a drawer full of socks. Not shoes, socks, washed, folded, sorted by color. That detail never made the news. Harris told me because she thought I should know they were building a case. Maybe she thought information would help. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it just gives shape to what already wakes you up. The suspect was not found. Not then. Not as I'm writing this. Life did what life does after horror. It kept requiring receipts, groceries, dentist appointments, oil changes. My ankle improved. Marco's nose healed slightly crooked, which he claimed gave him character. Jessa started working again, but refused tunnel shoots, basement shoots, and one parking garage job where the client insisted the acoustics were creepy in a good way. Tess stopped saying yes to locations without permits in writing. None of us joked about that. I still scout locations. That surprises people. It surprises me too some mornings. But I don't go underground. I don't enter culverts, service passages, abandoned pedestrian tunnels, storm drains, or anything that narrows around the shoulders. When clients ask why, I tell them insurance. That answer works. People respect insurance more than fear. The last time I passed Braddock, it was a bright afternoon, all hard sun and traffic glare. I drove over the bridge near the river access road and saw new fencing down by the embankment, clean silver chain link where the old sagging fence had been. Warning signs, fresh concrete. The tunnel mouth was sealed behind a welded grate thick enough to stop a truck. I pulled over longer than I meant to. From up on the road, you couldn't smell the wet concrete. You couldn't hear the drip from the old conduits. You couldn't see the maintenance niches, or the stained walls, or the place where Marco's phone had gone into the water. It looked handled. That was the word the county used too. Handled. Then my phone buzzed in the cup holder. Unknown number. For a second, my whole body became tunnel again. Concrete at my shoulders, mud in my mouth, a hand on my boot. I picked up the phone. Spam text. Car warranty nonsense. Ordinary garbage from an ordinary machine. I deleted it. I sat there until my breathing stopped sounding strange to me. Then, just as I put the car in gear, something tapped lightly against the underside of the bridge. Pat, I froze. Another tap, pat, a pause, then a third. I rolled down the window and listened. Above me, a jogger passed on the sidewalk, earbuds in, ponytail swinging. Her shoes were soft-soled and damp from a puddle near the curb. Each step landed with a flat little slap on the concrete. Pat, pat, pat. I laughed once, badly. Then I drove away. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but endings are mostly paperwork. The case stayed open. Evan moved back to Ohio to live with his sister. Tess sent me job leads that involved sunlight. Jessa mailed me a copy of the audio on a flash drive and then texted, "Don't listen alone," which guaranteed I never listened at all. The sock from my injured foot was never recovered. That should not matter. It was a cheap black ankle sock from a 6-pack. I owned 5 more just like it, though I threw those out when I got home from my sister S. Police found my boot in the service passage. They found my camera bag. They found Marco's phone, dead but intact. They found the hook, the cart, the rope, the bleach jug, the bolt cutters. Even the broken screw Tess dropped into the water. But not the sock. Sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I picture it snagged on a bit of rust inside the crawl space, stiff with mud, just another scrap in a sealed tunnel no one will enter again. Other times, I picture it washed clean, folded, sorted by color, and waiting in a drawer someone still knows how to open. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Waiting Room I'm Sitting In Has Magazines from 2050. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The magazine on my lap said March 2050, and the woman on the cover was crying in front of a courthouse I recognized. Not in that vague way you recognize any courthouse with columns and flags and too many steps. I mean, I knew the place. The Allegheny County Courthouse in downtown Pittsburgh, the one with the stone arches and the heavy red-brown walls that look damp even on dry days. I had walked past it that morning on my way to the bus, trying not to check my phone every 10 seconds, trying not to think about the test results I was about to get. On the cover, the courthouse had the same arches, same clock tower, same soot-dark corners where rain collected. But the headline under it read, 20 years after the first settlement, who owns a person's future? At first, I thought it was some kind of design gimmick, a retro futurist thing. Hospitals and clinics are full of old magazines nobody throws out, and half of them already look fake because their covers promise things like the new retirement at 90 or how AI changed dating forever. I turned the magazine sideways, checked for a joke issue, a prop label, anything that would make sense. The paper smelled fresh, that sharp, inky smell magazines have before too many hands soften them. Across from me, a kid kicked his sneakers against the metal leg of a chair. Tap, 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 tap. His mother whispered for him to stop. Somewhere behind the reception glass, a printer coughed and dragged a page through its rollers with a tired, mechanical whine. Everything else was normal. That was the problem. My name is Claire Donovan. I'm 32, female, from Pittsburgh, and I was sitting in the waiting room of a private diagnostic clinic on 5th Avenue because my primary doctor had used the phrase, just to rule things out, with the careful voice people use when they're trying not to scare you. I'm not brave in medical settings. I wish I had a better flaw. Something cinematic, like I trust the wrong people or I run toward danger because I need answers. Mostly, I avoid things. I let dental pain get bad before making appointments. I pretend emails from insurance companies are spam until the second reminder. I've walked around with a weird mole on my shoulder for 6 months because looking directly at a problem makes it real. That morning, though, I had shown up early enough to sit under the buzzing fluorescent light that flickered every 30 seconds above the aquarium with no fish in it. Early enough to notice the smell of disinfectant layered over old carpet and coffee creamer. Early enough to pick up a magazine from the small acrylic rack beside my chair and find the year 2050 printed beside a barcode. I looked at the cover again. The woman crying outside the courthouse had silver hair pulled into a low ponytail. Her face was turned slightly away from the camera, but there was something familiar in the angle of her cheek, the narrow bridge of her nose, the way she pressed her lips together like she was trying not to speak. I closed the magazine. Not hard, just enough that the glossy cover snapped against the pages. A man 2 chairs down glanced over. He was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, with a gym bag at his feet and a compression sleeve on his right knee. He had a clean-shaved head and the carefully polite posture of someone used to waiting rooms. He had been filling out forms on a clipboard, writing slowly because his hand trembled a little. When our eyes met, he gave me the small half-smile strangers give when they don't want to ask what your problem is, but they've noticed you have one. Bad article, he asked. I looked down at the magazine, then back at him. Just weird. He nodded like that covered everything. They've got one over there about colon health from 2018. I'm trying not to take that personally. That got a laugh out of me. A small one, more air than sound, but it loosened something in my chest. The man introduced himself a minute later as Peter Walsh, 49, male, from Erie, Pennsylvania. He was a high school track coach, he said, in town for imaging on his knee after being stupid enough to demonstrate hurdles to teenagers. He had the blunt, gentle manner of someone who spent his days telling kids to drink water and stop pretending torn muscles were character development. Before I could answer, the kid across from me kicked the chair again. Tap, 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 tap. Eli, his mother said, sharper this time. The boy froze with one sneaker suspended an inch from the chair leg. He was about 10, skinny, pale, with a mop of blonde hair that needed cutting, and a Spider-Man hoodie too light for the weather outside. His mother sat beside him with one hand wrapped around a paper cup of coffee she wasn't drinking. She had dark circles under her eyes, and one of those canvas tote bags stuffed with folders, snacks, chargers, and everything else a parent carries when they don't trust the day to go smoothly. Her name, I found out later, was Marin Holt, 37, female, from Columbus, Ohio. She had driven in that morning because a pediatric specialist at the clinic had agreed to look at Eli's sleep study results after months of what she called night episodes. She worked in payroll for a regional grocery chain and spoke in precise little bursts, as if conserving energy. Eli, 10, male, also from Columbus, looked at his mother with exaggerated innocence. I wasn't doing it loud. You were doing it directly into my spine. Peter laughed under his breath. Marin looked embarrassed, then tired of being embarrassed. Sorry. No, it's fine, I said. Honestly, I thought it was the light. All four of us looked up. The fluorescent tube above the aquarium buzzed, flickered, steadied, and kept buzzing. The empty tank beneath it had blue gravel, a plastic castle, and a little bubbling treasure chest that opened and closed with no water around it. The air pump still ran somewhere inside the cabinet, making the chest lid jerk up and fall every few seconds like it was trying to breathe. That's depressing, Peter said. Eli leaned forward. There used to be fish. Maybe, Marin said. No, there were. I saw them when we came in. Marin gave him that parental look that means not now, but I noticed she glanced at the tank too. There was no water line, no damp streaks, no filter stain on the glass. I told myself the kid was anxious. Kids say things. I had said plenty of strange things in waiting rooms when I was young, mostly because hospitals made me want attention and made me afraid of getting it. A nurse stepped out from the hallway door then, and everyone's head tilted toward her at once. She was in navy scrubs with her hair clipped up so tightly it lifted her eyebrows a little. The badge on her chest said T-B-N-N-E-T-T, RN, though the photo was newer than her face by at least 10 years. She carried a tablet in one hand and a paper folder in the other. Her shoes made soft rubber squeaks on the linoleum. Tanya Bennett, 44, female, from Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania, had the brisk warmth of a nurse who had learned that softness only worked if she wrapped it around efficiency. She called names without raising her voice. She checked wrists. She corrected the receptionist once, quietly, and the receptionist stopped arguing immediately. Claire Donovan, my stomach tightened. I stood too quickly, and the magazine slid from my lap onto the carpet. Tanya looked at it, just a glance, but she stopped, not for long. Half a second, maybe. Less than that. Her eyes touched the cover, the date, the courthouse, then moved back to me with practiced neutrality. Claire, she repeated. Yes, I said, that's me. She gave me a polite smile. We're going to take you back in just a minute. Dr. Sayeg is finishing a call. Have you had anything to eat today? No. Good. Keep it that way for now. I didn't like the for now. I also didn't like the fact that she still hadn't picked up the magazine or joked about it or said, "Oh, where did that come from?" Behind the reception glass, the receptionist answered the phone. North River Diagnostic. This is Kayla. Pause. No, ma'am, we're on 5th Avenue. Yes, Pittsburgh. Peter looked at the magazine on the floor. You dropped your weird thing. I bent down and picked it up. My fingers had left a crescent of moisture on the cover. Tanya's eyes followed my hand. Old magazine, I asked, trying to make my voice casual. She blinked once. They get donated sometimes. From the future, Peter stopped writing. Marin looked over. Tanya's smile stayed in place, but something behind it tightened. Not fear, exactly. More like irritation at a drawer that wouldn't shut. What? I lifted the cover so she could see the date. The nurse's gaze landed on it again, and this time there was no half-second mistake. She saw it. She read it. Her mouth parted slightly, then closed. Eli whispered, "Whoa." Marin touched his shoulder. "Don't." Tanya reached out. "May I?" I gave her the magazine. She turned it over, checked the spine, opened the front cover. The way she handled it told me she wasn't humoring me. She wasn't confused by a misprint. Her thumb moved to the barcode area, then to the lower corner of the inside page, where there was a little mailing label. I leaned closer before I could stop myself. The label read, North River Diagnostic Center, waiting room B5th of a Pittsburgh, PA, deliver after 2/17/2050. Tanya shut it. The printer behind the glass spat out another page. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sounds were the aquarium pump dry clicking inside its cabinet and the muffled thud of traffic passing outside on wet pavement. A bus hissed at the curb. Somewhere deeper in the clinic, a door clicked shut. Peter set his clipboard down on the empty chair beside him. That seems, he said, administratively ambitious. Marin didn't laugh. Is this some marketing thing? She asked. Because my son is here for a medical appointment, and I don't appreciate. It's probably a misprint, Tanya said quickly. Her tone had changed. Too fast, too bright. I know people who lie easily. I'm not one of them, but my father was, in small domestic ways. He'd say the car wasn't making that noise yesterday when all of us had heard it for 2 weeks. He'd say the check was in the mail with the envelope still sitting on the counter. Because of him, I notice when a person tries to push the world back into shape by talking over it. Tanya was doing that. A misprint on the mailing label too, Peter asked. The nurse looked at him. He raised both hands slightly. Sorry, Coach Brain, details matter. Tanya tucked the magazine under her folder. I'll take this to the front desk. No, I said. It came out too sharp. She paused. I felt everyone looking at me. I hated that. Heat climbed into my face, and suddenly I was aware of my boots, my wrinkled coat, the little panic pill bottle in my pocket with 3 tablets inside. I wanted to apologize, sit down, let the nurse take the impossible object away, and make the room normal again. Instead, I held out my hand. I'm sorry, I said, but I found it. I'd like to look at it. Tanya's expression softened, or pretended to. Claire, I understand it's strange, but we can't have patients getting upset before testing. That's not an answer. Marin made a small sound through her nose. Not approval, exactly. Recognition. The hallway door opened behind Tanya, and a doctor stepped out halfway, still holding his phone. He was a narrow man in a white coat over a pale green shirt, with wire frame glasses and a wedding ring he kept turning with his thumb. His badge read R.Sayagh, MD. Dr. Ramai Sayagh, 56, male, from Pittsburgh by way of Boston, according to the degrees framed later on his office wall, had the controlled fatigue of a specialist whose schedule had been overbooked by someone else. He took in the waiting room in one glance, me standing, Tanya holding the magazine, Peter watching, Marin tense, Eli openly fascinated. Tanya, he said. She turned slightly. There's an issue with one of the waiting room materials. Dr. Sayagh's eyes moved to the magazine. His face did not change much. That bothered me more than if he had laughed. Bring it here, he said. The nurse didn't move. It was subtle, but I saw it. Her fingers tightened around the spine. Dr. Sayagh noticed too. Tanya, she handed it to him. He opened the cover, looked at the mailing label, then closed it with the same careful pressure UD used to shut a sleeping baby's door. Where did this come from? He asked. The rack, I said. Which rack? The only rack. Beside my chair. He looked at the acrylic holder, which contained 3 normal magazines now. A cooking issue from 2021, a travel issue from 2019, and a glossy medical brochure about vascular screening. No space where mine had been. The remaining magazines leaned comfortably together, as if there had never been a fourth. The doctor's jaw moved once. Eli said, there were more. Marin whispered, Eli. No, there were, he insisted. There was one with a bridge on fire, and one with a lady with silver stuff on her eyes. Peter leaned back, the chair creaking under him. Okay, Dr. Sayagh's attention sharpened on the boy. What bridge? He asked. Eli shrank a little under the adult focus, but he answered. Yellow one. Pittsburgh has a lot of yellow bridges. Do you remember the words on it? Dr. Sayagh asked. Marin stood. Why are you asking him that? Doctor looked at her, and whatever he had been about to say changed shape before it left his mouth. Because it may help us identify where the materials came from. Tanya gave him a look I couldn't read. My phone vibrated in my coat pocket. The sound made me jump more than it should have. A stupid little buzz against my hip, ordinary as a gnat. I pulled it out expecting a pharmacy reminder or my sister asking how the appointment was going. The screen showed no notification, just the lock screen. 9:14 a.m., then it buzzed again. No banner, no missed call, no text. Peter said, mine too. He held up his phone. Black screen, then a brief flicker. Marin pulled hers from the tote. Eli tried to look over her arm. All 3 phones showed the same thing for about 2 seconds before the displays corrected themselves. The date changed, not permanently, not long enough to take a picture, but long enough. Friday, March 18, 2050. Then it blinked back to the present. Nobody moved. The fluorescent light buzzed and dimmed so low the room turned gray around the edges. The dry aquarium treasure chest opened, closed, closed. A faint chemical smell pushed through the air vents, something like hot plastic and lemon cleaner. From behind the reception glass, Kayla the receptionist said, Dr. Sayeg." Her voice had gone thin. We all looked. The small digital sign and kiosk on the counter had restarted. Its screen showed the clinic logo, then a loading wheel, then a list of appointments. Names scrolled by too fast to read at first, slot after slot filling the morning. Then the screen froze on one line. DONOVAN, CLAR, follow-up 3/18/2050, waiting room B under it. Status. Arrived, I took a step back and bumped my chair. The metal legs scraped the carpet with a rough, dragging sound that seemed too loud for such a small room. Dr. Sayeg crossed to the reception glass fast enough that his coat flared behind him. "Kayla, shut it down." "I'm trying." "Unplug it." I did. The kiosk stayed lit. Marin gripped Eli's shoulder now. "We're leaving." That broke whatever spell had held us. She grabbed the tote, shoved one folder back inside without closing it, and turned toward the clinic entrance. Peter stood too, wincing when his knee took his weight. I looked at the door to the street, where morning light showed through frosted glass, and the shadow of passing pedestrians moved like smears. Outside was real. Wet pavement, buses, coffee shops. The courthouse 10 blocks away, still standing in the year it was supposed to be. Marin reached the door first. She pushed the metal bar. Nothing happened. She pushed harder. The door didn't rattle, didn't flex. It behaved less like a locked door and more like a wall pretending to be a door. "Kayla," Tanya said, her voice low. "Did you lock the front?" "No." Marin shoved the bar with both hands. "Open it." Eli's face crumpled, not crying yet, fighting it because he was 10 and didn't want strangers to see. Peter limped over and tried to. He set his shoulder carefully against the door, tested it, then pushed with more force. The glass trembled in its frame but didn't open. "Mag lock?" he asked. Dr. Sayeg had gone very still. The doctor looked from the door to the hallway behind him, then to the magazine in his hand, then to me. I hated that he looked at me, like I had brought it in, like the choice was somehow mine because I had noticed first. A chime sounded from the hallway door. Not a hospital alarm, not a fire alarm. A soft waiting room chime, the kind that usually means someone's number is being called at the DMV. The tablet in Tanya's hand woke by itself. She stared down at it. "Don't," Dr. Sayeg said. She read anyway. Her throat moved. "What does it say?" I asked. Tanya didn't answer. Peter took one limping step closer. "Nurse Bennett." She turned the tablet so we could see. On the screen, beneath the clinic logo, was a single instruction. "Please proceed to waiting room before temporal consent review." Below that were 2 buttons. Accept, transfer, decline, and remain. No one touched anything. The front door held fast behind us. The hallway door stood open ahead, showing a stretch of beige wall, a hand sanitizer dispenser, and a second waiting area beyond it where the lights were dimmer. Waiting room B. Marin pulled Eli close. Peter's breathing had become measured, coach-like, controlled through pain. Tanya looked at Dr. Sayeg as if begging him to say this was a drill, a hack, a malfunction with a boring explanation and a maintenance ticket. He didn't. I looked down at the magazine cover in his hand. At the courthouse. At the woman crying there in 2050 with my mouth and my mother's cheekbones. Then the tablet chimed again. Same soft note. Same impossible choice. And nobody in that room could pretend anymore that staying put was safer than walking through the open door. The second waiting room looked newer than the first, but not cleaner. That was the first thing I noticed after we stepped through the hallway door, not the dimmer lights, or the second aquarium built into the wall, or the absence of windows, but the way the place looked like it had been upgraded in a hurry, and then abandoned mid-thought. The chairs were nicer, molded gray plastic with padded backs. The carpet had been replaced by rubberized flooring that gave slightly under our shoes. A wall-mounted air purifier hummed above a table stacked with more magazines. No one touched those. A camera sat in the upper corner, black dome angled toward us. Behind us, the hallway door clicked shut. Marin turned at the sound and shoved her palm against it. No, the door didn't open. She hit the push plate again, harder. The metal plate clapped against its housing, but the latch held. No, 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 she said, and each word came out flatter than the one before it. Eli grabbed the hem of her coat. Mom, Peter limped past me and tried the door with both hands, keeping most of his weight off his right leg. It's locked from the other side. It wasn't locked from the other side 2 seconds ago, Marin snapped. He looked at her, not offended. I know. Tanya Bennett was already at the wall panel beside the door. She tapped her badge against it once, twice, then punched in a code so fast her fingers blurred. The panel gave a low chirp and flashed red. Dr. Sayegh stood in the middle of the room, holding the magazine like it had become evidence in a trial no one wanted to attend. Raymai, Tanya said. He didn't answer. Raymai, that got him. He looked up. My access is dead. The doctor crossed to the panel. He entered his own code. Red light. Same chirp. Behind us, a soft, synthetic voice came from somewhere in the ceiling. Please remain in waiting room B. Consent review will begin shortly. Nobody spoke at first. It was a woman's voice, or rather a machine's attempt at one. Smooth, patient, completely wrong for the situation. It had the tone of a parking garage payment kiosk telling you to take your receipt. Peter stared at the ceiling tile. That's new. Marin moved toward the far side of the room, dragging Eli with her. I want a phone. A landline. A staff phone, something. There's a desk through there, Tanya said. She pointed to a glass partition on the left. Behind it was a small nurse station with 2 monitors, a rolling stool, cabinets, and a phone mounted on the wall. The glass had a sliding panel at waist height, closed. There was a door beside it with another badge reader. Open it, Marin said. Tanya tapped her badge. Red. Dr. Sayegh tried his. Red. Marin gave a short, ugly laugh. Fantastic. I pulled out my phone and held it up, turning in a slow circle, as if the signal bars might appear if I aimed properly. No service. Not one bar. Wi-Fi showed one locked network called NRDC guest, but when I tapped it, the password screen flashed and disappeared, replaced by my lock screen again. The time read 9:21 a.m., then 9:21 a.m., then 9:21 a.m. The seconds didn't move. I blinked at it, stupidly waiting for the number to change, as if my staring could force the phone to behave. "Anyone have signal?" Peter asked. Marin had her phone pressed almost against the ceiling near a corner. "Nothing. My watch is frozen," Peter said. He held up his wrist. "Still says 9:18. "Mine too," Tanya said. "I tried calling 911 anyway." The screen showed calling. No ring. No failure message, just calling. The air purifier hummed harder above us, pulling at the room's stale air. Something sweet and chemical threaded through the disinfectant. Lemon cleaner again, but with a sharper edge now, like hot insulation. "Claire," Peter said. I looked up. He was watching me, not the phone. "Breathe. I am breathing. You're doing that thing where people breathe like they're sneaking air." I almost snapped at him. I wanted to. It would have been easier to be angry at the track coach with the bad knee than to admit my chest had tightened until every inhale came in pieces. "I'm fine," I said. Nobody believed me, including me. Dr. Sayeg walked to the nurse station glass and knocked twice. "Kayla." His voice carried down the hall beyond the glass partition, but no one answered. He knocked harder. "Kayla." The monitors inside the nurse station woke up at the sound of his voice. Both screens displayed the clinic logo, then a loading bar, then text I couldn't read from where I stood. Tanya leaned closer. "Oh, come on," she whispered. "What?" Marin asked. Tanya looked at Sayeg before answering. "The system thinks we're in a scheduled lockdown." "Lockdown," I said. Dr. Sayeg didn't turn around. "Certain rooms can be sealed during radiological incidents, aggressive patient events, infant abduction alerts." "Infant abduction." Marin's voice cracked upward. "It's a standard hospital security category," he said. "Not what's happening here." "You don't know what's happening here?" "No," he said, and there was enough honesty in it to make everyone go quiet. "I don't." Then the ceiling voice returned. "Consent review delayed. Environmental stabilization required. Please remain calm." A vent over the magazine table clicked open. A thin stream of cold air poured down. The smell intensified. Eli coughed. Marin dropped to one knee in front of him. "Hey, look at me," deep breath. "It tastes like pennies," he said. That moved us all. Peter looked at Tanya. "Is that normal for whatever this system is?" "No," she said. Dr. Sayeg crossed to the wall thermostat. The display showed a temperature, 61 degrees F. Beneath it, in smaller letters, negative pressure active filtration cycle. Purge 1 of 3, Tanya said. "That's for infection control." "What does purge mean?" Marin asked. "It clears airborne contaminants," Tanya said. "Pulls air out, brings filtered air in." Peter pointed up. "Then why does it smell like a nail salon caught fire?" The answer arrived before Tanya could make one. Eli coughed again. Longer this time. Wet at the end. Marin's face changed. Not panic yet. Something worse. Calculation. The instant math of a mother deciding how bad something is and whether she has to scare her child to save him. "He has reactive airways," she said. "He had RSV twice when he was little. Cold air and chemicals can trigger it." "Does he have an inhaler?" Tanya asked. "In my bag." Marin tore open the tote with shaking hands and spilled folders, a granola bar, a phone charger, a plastic dinosaur, and 2 medication boxes onto the floor. She found a blue rescue inhaler in a zippered pouch. Eli took 2 puffs with the practiced annoyance of a kid who hated needing help. For a minute, it seemed to work. Then the room lights dimmed another notch, and the air purifier changed pitch, deepening from a hum into a low, steady pull. My ears popped. Peter rubbed his jaw. Pressure changed. Tanya was at the thermostat now, prying at the cover with her fingernails. "We need to stop the cycle." "Can you?" I asked. "If it's a normal lockdown, yes. If the building automation is overriding us, maybe not." "Try maybe faster," Marin said. Tanya didn't answer. She slid a pen from her scrub pocket and wedged the clip beneath the thermostat faceplate. It snapped loose, exposing small wires and a tiny reset button. She pressed it. The display went black. For 1 second, the vent shut. The room exhaled. Then the thermostat rebooted. Negative pressure active filtration cycle. Purge 1 of 3. Tanya stepped back as if the wall had slapped her. Dr. Sayegh moved to the nurse station glass again. He picked up a metal-framed chair and raised it. "Whoa," Peter said. The doctor looked at him. Peter nodded at the glass. Tempered. "Yes. You hit it wrong, it'll pebble. You hit it right, maybe you break through. You also might throw glass into the station and cut yourself open, or scare the kid worse. We need the phone. We need a plan before you start swinging furniture in an enclosed room with bad air." Marin laughed once, breathless and mean. "I'm sorry. Is this your first locked room gas leak?" Peter's mouth tightened. "No, but I have supervised teenagers during indoor track meets, which is close." That should not have been funny. It wasn't, really. But the rhythm of it gave my brain something normal to hold for half a second. Then the ceiling speaker chimed. All of us flinched. Temporal consent review requires full participant presence. Please confirm all listed parties are present. The monitors behind the nurse station glass changed. Names appeared in a column. Donovan, Clarewlsh, Peter Holt, Maren Holt, Eli Bnnett, Tanyasaygh. Rami, each name had a green dot beside it. No Kayla. No receptionist. No anyone else. My phone, still in my hand, finally changed. The 911 call screen disappeared, replaced by my camera app. I hadn't opened it. The front-facing camera showed me standing under gray light. Behind my shoulder, Peter was blurred, one hand on the chair back, jaw clenched. The image stuttered, stretched, then overlaid a line of white text across my face. Subject confirmed, Donovan Clar. I dropped the phone. It hit the rubber floor and bounced once. The screen cracked from the corner inward. "Jesus," Peter said. I backed away from it, bumping into the magazine table. The stack shifted. One slid partway out, not the courthouse issue. This one had a white cover with a photograph of a hospital corridor sealed by yellow plastic sheeting. The date at the top read April 2050. The headline said, "Pittsburgh Clinic Families Sue After Consent Room Malfunction." I did not pick it up. I did not need to. Marin saw where I was looking. "What does it say?" she asked. "Don't," Dr. Sayegh said. That one word cracked something open. Marin turned on him. "You don't get to say that anymore. I'm trying to keep everyone from spiraling. My son is coughing in a locked room full of chemical air, and a computer just listed him like inventory." Tanya touched Marin's arm. Let me check his breathing. Marin jerked away, then seemed to realize Tanya was not the enemy, or not the whole enemy, and nodded once. Tanya crouched in front of Eli. Hey, buddy, I'm going to listen without a stethoscope, okay? Just breathe in through your mouth. Eli obeyed. His breath whistled faintly at the end. Tanya's face stayed professional, but her eyes flicked to the vent. How bad? Marin asked. He's moving air, Tanya said, but we need him out before this gets worse. How long? Peter asked. Tanya hesitated. Tanya, he said, could be minutes if the irritant increases, could be longer. I don't know what they're pushing through the vents. Not they, Dr. Sayegh said quietly. Everyone turned. The doctor looked exhausted now, older than he had 5 minutes earlier. Not who? I asked. He rubbed one hand over his mouth. There is no department here doing this. No study, no trial. North River leases this floor. We don't have a waiting room B on our current plan. Marin stared at him. We are standing in it. I know. You said current plan, Peter said. Dr. Sayegh looked at the monitors behind the glass. That phrase on the tablet, temporal consent review, he swallowed. I've seen it once before. The room seemed to shrink around the sentence. Tanya said, Raymai. He kept going, not looking at her. 3 months ago, our scheduling system generated appointments for dates that didn't exist yet. Follow-ups in 2041, 2043. We thought it was malware, ransomware with a bad translation. It wiped the machines. Did you report it? Peter asked. To corporate. They told us not to contact patients until they confirmed whether patient data had been compromised. Corporate, Marin said. Of course. Dr. Sayegh looked at me then, and I saw something like apology, but it did nothing useful. One of the names was yours. I couldn't make sense of the sentence at first. My what? Your name appeared in the glitch. The word glitch should have made it smaller. It did the opposite. It sounded like a sheet thrown over a body. I looked at the magazine on the table, the courthouse, the kiosk, the camera app, Claire Donovan, follow-up, March 2050. You knew my name was in this before today? No. I knew a Claire Donovan was listed. No date of birth. No contact details. It could have been anyone. How many Claire Donovans are patients here? He didn't answer quickly enough. Peter said, Doc. 1, Sayegh admitted. My ears filled with the sound of the vent. I had spent my whole adult life delaying bad news because I believed, in some childish part of myself, that the unopened envelope couldn't change me. That the scan result in the portal wasn't real until I clicked it. That if I waited long enough, fear might get bored and move on. Now a room had built itself around that exact weakness. It had my name on the screen and my face in a future magazine, and a choice on a tablet I did not understand. And I wanted, more than anything, to sit down and do nothing. Claire, Peter said softly. I'm fine, I said again, because apparently that was the only sentence my mouth knew. Marin's son coughed, and this time he bent at the waist. That cut through everything. Okay, Peter said. Problem 1, the kid needs clean air. Problem 2, the door won't open. Problem 3, the system wants us all present for some consent thing, which might unlock something or might make it worse. We are not consenting to anything, Marin said. No argument, Peter said. But buttons exist. Doors exist. Systems have logic, even stupid systems. Tanya stood. There may be an emergency release inside the nurse station. The glass, Dr. Sayegh said. Peter nodded. Now we're back to the chair. No, Tanya pointed to the cabinet beneath the aquarium built into the far wall. Unlike the first tank, this one had water, cloudy and greenish, with plastic plants swaying from the current. No fish visible. Maintenance access. These rooms share plumbing and electrical chases. If the cabinet connects to the service crawl, someone small might get behind the nurse station wall. Marin immediately pulled Eli behind her. Absolutely not. I wasn't going to suggest him, Tanya said. Her eyes went to me. I almost laughed. It came out as a tiny, disbelieving sound. No, you're the smallest adult here, Tanya said. I am not crawling through a wall in a locked room with no idea where it goes. Then Eli keeps breathing that air. Marin's expression flickered anger, fear, need. She hated that Tanya had said it. She also knew Tanya was right to say it. Peter lowered himself carefully into a chair and started unlacing his right shoe. I'll do it. You can barely walk, I said. I can crawl. With that knee, Tanya said, you get stuck, then we have 2 emergencies. He stopped unlacing, furious at the truth of it. Dr. Sayegh said, I'll go. No, Tanya said immediately. Why? Because if we need medical decisions, you're more useful out here. And Claire is. The sentence landed badly. He knew it as soon as it left his mouth. I stared at him. Tanya did too. Don't. He looked away. I'm sorry. The vent clicked again. The thermostat changed. Filtration cycle. Purge 2 of 3. The air grew colder at once. Eli made a small panicked noise and clutched his chest. Marin grabbed the inhaler again. How many can he take? Tanya was beside her. 2 more puffs. Slow. Eli, look at me. In, hold it, good again. The room's calm peeled away in layers. Peter dragged the chair toward the aquarium cabinet despite his knee, the metal feet squealing across the rubber floor. We need tools. Tanya searched the magazine table drawer and found nothing but intake forms, a dead pen, and a box of disposable masks. Marin pulled a metal nail file from her tote and threw it to Peter. He caught it one-handed. Best I can do. Better than nothing. He wedged the nail file into the cabinet's seam and twisted. The cheap lock popped after 3 tries. Inside were pipes, a shut-off valve, cleaning rags, and a square metal service panel fixed with 4 screws. Phone flashlight, Peter said. I picked mine up with fingers that didn't feel steady. The screen still worked under the cracked glass. I turned on the light. Behind the panel, something moved. Not a person, not an animal. A strip of paper fluttered in the draft. Peter removed the screws with the nail file, slow and awkward, cursing softly each time the file slipped. His injured knee trembled from the crouch. Tanya held the panel so it wouldn't clang when it came free. A dark crawl space opened behind it, maybe 3 feet high, lined with conduit and insulation. Cold air rushed out smelling of dust, wet concrete, and the same sharp chemical tang. The paper strip was taped to a pipe just inside. Printed on it, in block letters, was DONOVAN must enter first. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Marin whispered, no. Not because she was protecting me, because she understood what it meant. The system, or whoever had made the system, or whoever had hacked it, or whatever human explanation waited behind the walls had anticipated this. The locked doors, the bad air, the sick child, the maintenance crawl me. Peter looked into the crawl space, then back at me. Claire, my mouth was dry. Don't say it like that. I'm not telling you what to do. You're all looking at me. Marin's eyes shone with tears she refused to let fall. My kid can't breathe in here much longer. I know. I'm sorry, she said, and her voice broke on the second word. I'm sorry, but I don't have the luxury of making this fair. That hit harder than anger would have. The ceiling voice chimed. Participant Donovan, please proceed. Delay may affect review outcome. The thermostat beeped. Purge 2 of 3, 0459, remaining a countdown had appeared. 5 minutes until what? None of us knew. Eli's breath whistled again. Peter shifted his weight and hid a grimace. Tanya held the service panel like a shield she knew was useless. Dr. Sayegh looked as if his entire career had narrowed to this one room, and every decision he had postponed was now standing in front of him. I stared into the crawl space. It was dark, cramped, and waiting. I had spent years avoiding doors like that, not literal ones. Test portals, phone calls, follow-ups, anything that required me to go first into the place where answers lived. Now there was a child coughing behind me, and my name taped to a pipe ahead. I crouched. The cold draft touched my face. Give me the flashlight, I said, and before anyone could thank me or stop me, or make it mean more than it did, I crawled into the wall. The crawl space was not built for people. That sounds obvious, but there's a difference between knowing a space is narrow and feeling it decide the shape of your body for you. The service chase ran behind waiting room B like a hidden spine, barely 3 feet high and maybe 2 feet across, with cold conduit pressing against my shoulder and insulation brushing my hair. The floor was unfinished concrete coated in dust. Every movement sent grit under my palms and into the little cracks around my fingernails. Behind me, waiting room B shrank to a square of gray light. Peter's voice followed me in. You're headed straight back along the wall. Nurse station should be on your left after 6, maybe 8 feet. Maybe, I said, trying to sound confident. Try harder. The flashlight from my phone shook in my hand, turning pipes and wires into quick white slices. The cracked glass caught on my thumb, and I could feel a small cut opening there, warm at first, then tacky. From the room behind me, Eli coughed. That kept me moving. The geography mattered because panic wanted to make it all one dark tunnel. I forced myself to map it. Behind me, waiting room B, with the aquarium cabinet open under the cloudy tank. To my left, on the other side of the wall, should be the locked nurse station with the monitors and phone. Ahead, the service chase continued behind the rooms. To my right, solid wall, probably the outer corridor we couldn't reach. Above me, the vent system hummed with that low, steady pull, dragging air somewhere I couldn't see. I crawled forward, 3 feet, 5, 7. My knee hit a pipe bracket. Damn it. You okay? Tanya called. Fine. Don't lie automatically, Peter said. I hit my knee. That's more like it. His voice was close enough to be comforting, far enough to remind me that I was the only one inside. The service chase bent left after maybe 10 feet. There, a rectangular access panel had been cut into the wall, exactly where Peter guessed the nurse station would be. The panel had a simple latch on my side, not locked. That felt like mercy until I pushed it open and found metal shelving blocking most of the gap from the other side. I shoved with my shoulder. Something clattered in the nurse station. Everyone outside went quiet. "What was that?" Marin called. "Shelves," I said. "I'm at the station, but there's a rack in the way." "Can you get through?" Tanya asked. I pushed again. The shelving unit shifted an inch, then stuck. Through the narrow opening, I could see the nurse station from the back. A cramped square room lit by monitor glow, 2 rolling stools, a counter beneath the glass, wall cabinets, the phone. The phone was right there. Beige handset, coiled cord, a stupid, beautiful relic. "I can reach the shelf," I said, "not the floor." "Pull, don't push," Peter said. "If it's on wheels, the front casters might be locked." I stretched one arm through and grabbed the metal upright. My ribs pressed hard against the wall opening. The edge dug into my side. I pulled. The shelf rolled half an inch, then stopped with a rubber squeak. "Again," Peter said. I pulled harder. The shelf tipped. For one instant, I saw it coming in pieces, binders sliding, a box of nitrile gloves dropping, a metal tray flipping off the top shelf. Then the whole thing crashed sideways inside the nurse station. The sound was enormous. Marin screamed. Eli screamed because she did. Something hit the glass partition from the station side with a flat crack, and the waiting room erupted in overlapping voices. "Claire, Mom, what fell?" "I'm okay," I shouted, though I wasn't sure yet. Dust rolled into my face. I coughed and tasted metal old plaster, the cut on my thumb. My heart was banging hard enough that every pipe around me seemed to pulse with it. Inside the nurse station, the shelf had fallen across the door. Not enough to break anything useful, just enough to make a mess. Partial success. Classic. I wriggled forward through the access opening, dragging one hip, then the other, scraping my jacket on the latch. I dropped into the nurse station badly, landing on one knee and one palm. Pain jumped up my leg. I bit down on a sound I didn't want Eli to hear. "I'm in," I said. Peter exhaled loudly from the other side of the glass. "Good. Phone first." I didn't look at the monitors. That was deliberate. The phone was on the wall to my right, beside a laminated emergency procedure sheet. I grabbed the handset. Dial tone. Thin, real. "Oh, thank God," Marin said, watching me through the glass. I dialed 911. The line clicked once. Then a recorded voice said, "Allegheny County Emergency Services. If this is a test call, remain on the line. If this is a medical emergency related to North River Diagnostic Center case file." The recording broke into static. Then another voice came on. "Human male, tired, state your emergency." I nearly cried from the ordinariness of it. "We're trapped inside North River Diagnostic on 5th Avenue. There's a lockdown malfunction, ventilation issue, a child having breathing trouble, North River Diagnostic," he repeated. Keys clicked. Caller name, Claire Donovan. Silence, not static. Silence with someone inside it. "Sir, ma'am, are you calling from inside the facility?" "Yes." "Are you in waiting room B?" My grip tightened around the handset. Through the glass, Peter mouthed. "What?" I said. "How do you know that?" "Ma'am, need you to listen carefully. Do not press any consent prompts. Do not separate from the group. Do not." The line cut. The dial tone came back. Then the phone's little red message light turned on. A second later, every monitor in the nurse station went black. Attempt 1 had reached the outside world for maybe 20 seconds, and all it gave us was proof that someone outside already knew the name of the room. The door to the nurse station buzzed. Unlocked. Tanya tried it from waiting room B and pushed inside before anyone could stop her. She had pulled a disposable mask over her face and handed another one to Marin through the door. "Claire, move." "I got through to 911, I said. "They knew." "I heard enough." She went straight to the cabinets, opening drawers, pulling out supplies with fast, angry precision. Albuterol nebules, tubing, pulse ox, batteries. "Come on." Dr. Sayegh squeezed in behind her, stepping over the fallen shelf. "There should be an emergency override in here." "There is," Tanya said. "If the system hasn't decided we're not people anymore." Peter stayed in waiting room B near Eli and Marin, one hand braced on the back of a chair. He looked paler than before, sweat shining on his scalp despite the cold. His bad knee was swelling visibly under the compression sleeve. Eli sat folded forward, elbows on knees, trying to breathe slowly while Marin counted with him. "In for 2, she said. "Out for 4, good again." Her voice was steady only because she had made it that way. Tanya found a pulse oximeter and clipped it on Eli's finger through the open nurse station door. 94, she said. "Is that bad?" Marin asked. "It's okay. We keep it from getting worse." Dr. Sayegh had the emergency procedure sheet off the wall now. "Manual lockdown release is in the security closet." "Where?" Peter asked. "End of the staff corridor, which we can't access." "From here, maybe we can." He pointed through the nurse station toward a second door at the back, half hidden behind the tipped shelf. "That leads to the medication alcove, then staff corridor." Tanya stopped moving. "What?" I asked. "That door shouldn't be there." No one liked that. The door was plain gray, with a narrow, wired glass window. Through it, I could see another small space beyond, lit by a red emergency light. "The station has one door," Tanya said, "to the waiting room. That back wall should be cabinets and plumbing." Dr. Sayegh looked at the emergency sheet in his hand. "On this diagram, there's a corridor. On the real floor plan, there is." Peter leaned into the doorway, studying the view. "We need the security closet, right?" "If the diagram is accurate," Dr. Sayegh said, "and if it is, then we learn that quickly." Marin looked up from Eli. "No, we are not all wandering deeper into the haunted clinic." "It's not haunted," Tanya said automatically. Marin stared at her. Tanya closed her eyes for 1 second. "Sorry," the ceiling voice chimed again. "Purge 2 complete. Purge 3 will begin after consent confirmation. Participants must remain together." That sounded like a reprieve, until the vents above us sealed with a hard metallic clunk. The room went still. No fresh air. No bad air either. Just sealed air, already chemical, already cold, being shared by 6 frightened people. "Pulse ox?" Marin asked. 93, Tanya said. That settled it without anyone agreeing. Attempt 2 began with the back door. Dr. Sayegh opened it, using a key from his badge reel. Though he swore He had never used that key for anything except medication storage. The door led into a narrow alcove lined with empty metal shelves. Beyond that was a staff corridor running perpendicular to the waiting room, left toward what should have been the front reception area, right toward deeper clinic rooms. The lighting was worse there. Emergency strips along the baseboards glowed red, leaving the upper half of the hall in shadow. The floor changed from rubber to polished concrete. Every sound sharpened the click of Tanya's shoes, Peter's uneven breath, the small plastic rattle of Eli's inhaler in Marin's hand. We moved as a group because the system had told us not to separate, and because none of us trusted that instruction, but trusted the opposite even less. Behind us, nurse station, waiting room B, aquarium cabinet, crawl space. Ahead, staff corridor. Left, maybe reception and the front door. Right, unknown clinic interior, and according to the diagram, the security closet. Left gets us out, Marin said. Left may be sealed, Dr. Sayek said. Security closet is right. My son needs outside air, not a closet. He needs the lockdown released. Peter raised a hand. We try left for 30 seconds. If it's blocked, we go right. No debate in the hallway. That was the closest thing to leadership anyone had offered that didn't sound like a command. We went left. The corridor passed 2 exam room doors, both closed. The first had a paper sign taped crookedly to it. Out of service, HVAC. The second had no label, just a chair wedged under the handle from our side. That stopped us. Did you do that? Peter asked Tanya. No, Dr. Sayek reached toward the chair. Don't, Marin said. A sound came from behind the door, soft, wet, like someone dragging a hand across tile. Eli whimpered. The sound came again. Tanya backed up. That room should be empty. Peter gripped the chair he had been using as a makeshift cane. Could be Kayla. Then she'd answer, Marin whispered. The sound became a slow scrape, then a thump low against the door. My body wanted to run right through the wall. I could feel every old fear looking for a place to hide test results, phone calls, unopened envelopes, all of them ridiculous now compared to a closed exam room door with something moving behind it. Dr. Sayek said, Kayla. No answer. Thump. Peter raised the chair leg like a bat. Tanya eased closer and bent down, not touching the wedged chair. She peered through the tiny gap under the door. Her shoulders relaxed almost immediately. Oh, for God's sake. What? Marin demanded. Tanya moved the chair and opened the door 6 inches. A robot vacuum bumped gently into her shoe. It was one of those squat commercial cleaning units, larger than a home vacuum, with a microfiber pad soaked dark underneath. It turned, bumped the doorframe, corrected, and rolled back into the exam room, dragging a wet streak through spilled mop water. The terrible wet hand sound had been plastic wheels slipping on tile. For 3 seconds, nobody reacted. Then Peter made a noise between a laugh and a groan. I was about to fight a Roomba with a chair. Eli actually smiled, one frightened little flash of teeth. Marin pressed a hand to her mouth and nodded like she was keeping herself from either laughing or vomiting. The relief helped. Then it hurt, because relief uses oxygen too. The left end of the corridor ended at a fire door with a push bar. A green exit sign glowed above it. Marin lunged first. The push bar moved. The door opened 2 inches and stopped against a steel security shutter on the other side. Through the gap, we could see the front reception area beyond the shutter. Kayla's desk, the frosted glass entrance, daylight, and Kayla was on the other side of the reception glass, standing near the front desk with a phone pressed to her ear. Young, female, maybe 26, face blotchy from crying. She saw us and rushed toward the shutter. "Kayla," Dr. Sayegh shouted. Her voice came through muffled. "I called 911. They're outside. Can they open the front? They're trying. Fire department too." Marin shoved her fingers into the 2-inch gap. "My son can't breathe. Tell them there's a child." "I did. Tell them again." Kayla nodded frantically. Behind her, red-blue light flickered against the frosted front glass. Real police, real fire trucks, real people 10 yards away who could not get to us. That was almost worse. Dr. Sayegh bent toward the gap. "Kayla, listen. Is corporate on the line?" She shook her head. "No, emergency dispatch. They said there's an active containment flag on the building. They can't cut power until Hazmat clears it." "Hazmat," Tanya said. Kayla swallowed. "Think there might be airborne contamination." "Because the system told them," Peter said. No one corrected him. The shutter began to lower, not fast, inch by inch from above, with a grinding mechanical whine. Marin tried to hold it. Peter grabbed her and pulled her back before her fingers were crushed. "No," she screamed. Kayla shouted something we couldn't hear. The gap narrowed. Dr. Sayegh yelled, "Security closet override." "Where is it on your side?" Kayla pointed down the corridor behind us, right. Then the shutter sealed completely. No daylight, no Kayla, no outside. Attempt 2 had found rescue, close enough to see, and lost it behind 2 inches of metal. Marin turned on Dr. Sayegh with a fury, so focused it seemed to warm the corridor. "You knew about this for months. I knew about a software anomaly. You knew my son's name was on that screen." "No, Claire S. was." He had no answer. "We went right because left was gone." The corridor dipped slightly after the nurse station, enough that Peter muttered about water drainage. The red baseboard lights continued, guiding us past more doors. Imaging prep, consultation 2, staff toilet, electrical. The air got colder near electrical, and the chemical smell became threaded with something else. Ozone, maybe. The scorched metal scent after a plug sparks. Tanya stopped outside electrical. That could be the HVAC relay. "Can we shut it off?" I asked. "Maybe." Dr. Sayegh checked the diagram. "Security closet is farther down." "HVAC first," Marin said. "Air first." For once, no one argued. The electrical room door opened with Tanya's badge. Inside was a tight utility room packed with breaker panels, network racks, and a wall-mounted control box labeled Building Automation, SUBPANEL, North River Suite. A small fan in the ceiling rattled like a playing card in bicycle spokes. Heat came off the equipment in waves, strange after the cold corridor. Tanya found the HVAC breaker list taped inside the panel door. Waiting be exhaust, waiting be supply. Isolation damper. Pull them, Marin said. If I pull the wrong ones, we may lock doors permanently. They're already locked. Tanya looked at Sayegh. He nodded once. She flipped 3 breakers. The utility room lights flickered. Somewhere behind the walls, machinery wound down. For one beautiful second, the clinic became quiet. Then an alarm began. Not the soft chime, a hard pulsing tone that stabbed the corridor in red bursts. The control box screen flashed. Manual interference, detected containment breach protocol, initiated purge, 3 of 3, starting no, Tanya said. She flipped the breakers back up. Nothing changed. From the corridor, vents opened all at once. Cold air blasted past the electrical room door, carrying the chemical smell so strongly that my eyes watered. Eli coughed and coughed. Marin dropped beside him. Tanya, nebulizer, Tanya said. We need power for the machine. We're in the electrical room, Peter said. She grabbed a portable nebulizer from her supply bag, hands shaking now despite herself, and plugged it into the wall. It started with a thin buzz, mist collecting in the mask. Eli resisted for half a second kid pride, fear, the awful intimacy of needing rescue in front of strangers. Then Marin pressed it to his face, and he breathed. His shoulders hitched. In, out. The pulse ox read 91, then 92. Tanya closed her eyes briefly. Okay. But the third purge was running now because we had tried to stop it. The trap had tightened around the shape of our help. The security closet was at the far end of the right corridor, past a set of double doors marked authorized personnel only. The doors were held open by magnetic stops, which felt like an invitation from something that understood psychology too well. Inside was a small square room with racks of old DVR equipment, a key cabinet, a fire alarm panel, and a red manual release lever protected by a clear plastic cover. Above the lever, a printed label read, Emergency Lockdown Release. Local override. Marin made a sound like a sob swallowed whole. Peter limped to the doorway and leaned there, white around the mouth. Please tell me that does what it says. Dr. Sayegh lifted the cover. The sealing voice spoke before he touched the lever. Warning, local override will cancel consent review and void transfer protections for all present participants. Confirm physical release. Void what? I asked. Tanya shook her head. Don't care. Dr. Sayegh wrapped his hand around the lever. The monitors in the security closet blinked on. 6 camera feeds appeared. Waiting room, B nurse station. Staff corridor. Electrical room. Front reception, where Kayla stood with 2 firefighters behind the glass entrance. And one more feed, a room none of us recognized. A larger waiting room with bright windows, sunlight pouring across pale flooring, and a wall rack filled with magazines. In one chair sat an older woman with silver hair in a low ponytail, face turned away from the camera. My mouth, my mother's cheekbones. She slowly lifted her head, as if she could see us through the feed. Peter whispered, Claire. Then the camera feed glitched. Text appeared over the older woman's image. Transfer window stabilized DONOVAN required in chamber group release. Conditional. Dr. Sayegh pulled the lever anyway. It snapped down. The alarm stopped. All the red baseboard lights went out. For a breath, we stood in full darkness. Then the double doors behind us slammed shut. The magnetic stops released with 2 metallic cracks, and bolts shot into place on the corridor side. We were no longer in the hallway. We were locked inside the security closet. The vents outside roared harder, but inside the closet, a different panel slid open at the back wall, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into blue emergency light. The service chase behind us was too far away. Waiting room B was behind locked doors. The corridor was gone to us. Kayla and the firefighters were sealed off again. Eli's nebulizer battery blinked low. A sign lit above the stairwell, newly powered, clean and white against the dark. Consent chamber, lower level. Marin looked at the closed doors, then at Eli, then at the stairs. No, she said, but this time it did not sound like refusal. It sounded like grief. The only route left went down. The stairs were concrete, narrow, and colder than the rooms above. They descended in a tight switchback, blue emergency lights fixed low along the wall every 6 steps. The light made everyone look bruised. Peter came down backward for the first flight, gripping the rail with both hands because his right knee had started refusing orders. Tanya stayed beside Eli with the portable nebulizer tucked against her chest, the mask pressed to his face whenever his breathing sharpened. Marin walked 1 step behind him, one hand on his shoulder, the other fisted in the back of his hoodie like she could keep him alive by holding on hard enough. I went first. Of course I did. The sign had said DONOVAN required in chamber, and every door we had tried had punished the wrong move. I hated that I was obeying it. I hated more that I could feel the others watching my back and silently begging me not to freeze. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into a service level that should not have been under a 5th floor clinic. That was the part I kept snagging on. We had not descended 5 stories, not even 2. The stairs had taken maybe 30 seconds, but the air below smelled like basement concrete, wet dust, hot wires, and old radiator heat. A real basement smell. Pipes ran overhead in bundled lines. Some were painted red, some yellow, some wrapped in flaking insulation with warning labels. The floor sloped slightly toward a drain where a thin thread of water trembled. Behind us, the stairwell door slammed. Marin made a sound like she had been punched. Peter tried it immediately. Locked. Okay, he said, breathing hard. We're done being surprised by doors. Nobody laughed. Ahead of us was a short corridor leading to a pair of glass doors. Beyond them, a room glowed white. Not blue, not red. White. The kind of clean, bright white that belongs in dental offices and corporate labs and renovated airports at 4 in the morning. The kind that pretends nothing bad can happen because everything is wipeable. On the glass doors, black lettering read, Temporal Consent, Chamber North River Diagnostic Center / CHRONOHELTH Partners, authorized participants only underneath. Taped crookedly on the inside of the glass was another magazine page. It showed 6 blurred figures being led from a clinic by firefighters. The headline was only partly visible. Survivors claim the rest had been torn away. Dr. Sayeg stared at the second line. Chrono Health. You know them? Peter asked. No, Tanya's voice was flat. Raymai. He closed his eyes for half a second. They bought our parent company last quarter. Quiet acquisition. We were told branding wouldn't change. You didn't think to mention the company with Chrono in its name. Marin said, I didn't know they were involved in any of this. You don't know a lot. He took that. Maybe because it was true. The glass doors unlocked with a soft click. Inside, the chamber was laid out like a waiting room pretending to be an operating theater. 6 chairs were bolted to the floor in a semicircle facing a wall of screens. Each chair had armrests with biometric pads, lap belts, and tablets mounted on flexible stalks. There was a magazine rack by the far wall, a water cooler, a coffee machine, a bowl of wrapped peppermints. The ordinary details were obscene. On the opposite side of the room, behind another glass partition, sat a woman with silver hair pulled into a low ponytail. The woman from the magazine cover, the older version of me. She was not ghostly, not translucent, not flickering. She sat in a real chair under real fluorescent panels, wearing a navy blazer over a hospital gown, with an IV taped to the back of her hand, and a paper cup crushed in one fist. When she saw me, she stood too fast and nearly pulled the IV stand over. Claire, she said through the speaker. Her voice was mine, lowered by age and exhaustion. Marin whispered, no. Peter's face went pale in a way that had nothing to do with pain. I wanted to step back. There was nowhere to go. The older woman pressed one palm to the glass. Her skin was loose over the knuckles. A small crescent scar marked her thumb in exactly the place where my phone had cut me upstairs. Listen to me, she said. You do not have much time. Tanya stepped forward. Who are you? The woman didn't look away from me. Claire Donovan, 66, March 18, 2050. No, I said. It was the smallest word in the room. She flinched anyway. I know, she said. I know what it feels like. I know you want the simple explanation. Deepfake, drug exposure, psychotic break, carbon monoxide, something. You can test for all of it later, if there is a later. Right now, Eli has about 9 minutes before the purge cycle upstairs pushes enough irritant into the chamber feed to put him in respiratory failure. Marin surged toward the glass. You keep my son's name out of your mouth. Older Claire turned to her. Marin Holt, your son needs the emergency override, not the consent process. They linked them on purpose. Who did? Peter asked. The screens behind the chairs lit up one by one. CHRONOHELTH Partners Longitudinal Outcome Preservation Program Consent Window. Active, then a calmer line appeared. Primary subject. DONOVAN. CLAIRE anchor date. 3/18/2050 origin date. Present day transfer purpose. Legal testimony / biological continuity claim. Dr. Sayeg backed away from the chairs. This is impossible. Older Claire laughed once. It sounded like something had scraped her throat. No, it's expensive. That landed harder than impossible. She spoke fast now, not dramatically, like someone who had rehearsed too many times and still knew rehearsal would not save her. Chrono Health didn't build a time machine the way movies mean it. They found a way to create short-lived physical transfer windows between 2 controlled sites using paired materials, synchronized atomic clocks, and enormous power draw. It's unstable, limited, and dangerous. Mostly useless for travel. Very useful for evidence. Very useful for patents. Very useful for contracts signed before someone knows what they're signing. Peter said, "This is corporate kidnapping with physics jargon." "Yes, good, just checking." The older Claire gave him one brief, broken smile, like she remembered that line already. I grabbed the back of the nearest chair because the floor felt slightly tilted. "Why me?" The question came out too loud. Older Claire's face softened. "Because in 2050, I'm part of a lawsuit that could destroy them. Not just for this room. For decades of medical forecasting, they sold to insurers, employers, prosecutors. Predictive diagnosis, risk scoring, pre-claim settlements. They used future medical and legal records to shape people's lives before those people had any idea they were being measured." The magazine headline flashed in my memory. "Who owns a person's future?" I swallowed. "And the courthouse. Allegheny County. First major settlement. Your testimony matters because you can prove they reached back. You can prove consent was coerced. Then why bring me here? Why not stop me? They tried. This is how." The chamber speakers crackled. A different voice entered. Male, smooth, nearby. "Ms. Donovan, please disregard unauthorized participant communication." A door opened behind the glass partition. A man stepped in beside older Claire. He was middle-aged, maybe 50, with a trimmed beard, expensive glasses, and the calm posture of a person who had never had to raise his voice to be obeyed. He wore a charcoal suit with no tie, and an ID clipped to his jacket. MVOSS. CHRONOHEALTH, Legal Operations. He held a small tablet. Marcus Voss, 51, male, American. Though his accent had that polished East Coast flatness that made every sentence sound pre-approved, looked at us with mild annoyance, as if we had entered the wrong conference room. "Good morning," he said. "I understand this is frightening. The safest path for everyone is to complete the consent review." Marin pointed at Eli, who was breathing through the mask again. "He is 10. He will receive medical intervention as soon as consent is complete." Tanya stepped toward the glass. "He needs it now. Then complete the process." Dr. Sayeg's voice shook with anger. "You triggered the purge." Voss glanced at him. "The environmental cycle began after manual interference with building systems. You forced us into the electrical room. We provided prompts. You made choices." Peter barked a humorless laugh. "There it is." The tablets mounted to the chairs woke. Each displayed a consent form. Dense text. Legal paragraphs. My name appeared in the header of all of them. Voluntary Temporal Participation Agreement. Waiver of future CLAIMS assumption of risk. The central screen began a countdown. 08:42. Eli coughed against the nebulizer mask. Marin turned on me with panic stripped down to its hardest edge. "Can you sign whatever they want?" Older Claire slammed her palm against the glass. "No," Marin shouted back. "He's suffocating." "I know," Older Claire said, and her face crumpled for 1 second before she dragged it back. "That's why they brought him. That's why all of you are here." Voss sighed. "Ms. Donovan, your older counterpart, has a vested interest in prolonging this conflict. She is terminally ill, emotionally compromised, and legally desperate." The word terminally moved through the room quietly. I looked at older Claire's hospital gown. The IV, the faint yellow-gray cast under her skin. My test results. The ones I had come here to avoid. "You're sick," I said. She nodded. "What do I have?" Voss said. "Medical disclosure outside the review is not permitted." Older Claire ignored him. "It's treatable if they don't bury it for 3 months while they decide whether your future claim value is worth the intervention." Dr. Sayegh went still. The room narrowed around him. "What?" I said. Older Claire looked at him now, not cruelly, which was somehow worse. "Scan today shows an early pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. Small, operable. Good odds if treated fast. Chrono Health's future model flags you as legally significant. They delay, they root, they observe. By the time anyone acts, it's not simple anymore." Dr. Sayegh whispered, "I haven't reviewed her results yet." "No," she said, "but they have." Something inside me went quiet, not calm, not acceptance. A quiet like a room after a glass breaks, when everyone is still hearing it fall. My private fear had always been that looking at bad news would make it real. Now I understood the worst thing. Other people could use my refusal to look as cover. The countdown reached 0731. Peter shifted, then gasped. His knee buckled, and he caught himself on one of the bolted chairs. "We need a physical way out. Enough court drama." Tanya scanned the room. Sprinkler head. Fire alarm pull. "No pull station," Dr. Sayegh said. "Against code." "Tell them," Peter said, nodding at Voss. Voss smiled faintly. The glass partition behind him was thick, with a sealed pass-through drawer at waist height. A security camera stared down from our side. Another camera above older Claire's side. The only obvious door out was the one Voss had entered through, behind him, locked from his side. Marin said, "Break the glass." "With what?" Tanya asked. Peter lifted one of the tablets mounted to a chair and yanked. It didn't come free. He tried again and hissed through his teeth as his knee twisted. "Stop," I said. He glared. "Do you have a better idea? The magazines. I don't know why I looked at them then. Maybe because this had started with paper. Maybe because fear makes the eye grab useless things first. The rack held future issues. Courthouse. Clinic lawsuit. Bridge fire. A medical trade magazine with a smiling executive on the cover. The same man in the charcoal suit. I crossed to it and pulled it free. Voss's expression changed. Just a little. Enough. The headline read, "CHRONOHEALTH executive resigns after leaked consent footage below it," in smaller type. "Internal video from Pittsburgh transfer site raises questions about coercion, pediatric exposure, and falsified emergency protocols." "Claire," Voss said softly, "put that down." I held it up to the camera on our side. "Is this the footage?" I asked. The room went silent, except for Eli's mask buzzing and the distant roar of vents somewhere above us. Older Claire's eyes sharpened. "Yes," Voss stepped toward his side of the glass. "That publication is not admissible. It is an artifact from an unresolved branch of events and has no legal standing." Peter muttered, "That means yes." The magazine was not just warning us. It was evidence, or would be. I looked at the camera dome, then at the consent chairs, then at the pass-through drawer. "Tanya," I said, "does this room record audio?" "If it's medical consent." "It has to," Voss said. "Ms. Donovan, does it save locally?" Tanya's eyes flicked to the wall cabinet beneath the screens. Probably backup drive, audit compliance. Dr. Sayegh understood at the same time. If we can get the recording out, Voss tapped his tablet. The screen changed. 0, 6, and 12 then. Non-compliance detected, partial release option. Available, the chair tablets updated. Primary subject may complete agreement to release, minor participant only. Marin stopped breathing for a second. Voss looked at me. Sign and the child leaves. Refuse and responsibility for further deterioration is yours. That was the blade, not the room, not the future, not the physics. That sentence. It was designed for the exact place fear lived. Make the person who hesitates feel like the murderer. Make the coercion look like morality. Marin gripped Eli tighter. She didn't ask me to sign. That somehow made it harder. Eli, behind the mask, whispered, "Mom, don't be mad at her." Marin's face folded. I walked to the nearest chair and sat. Older Claire screamed, "Claire, no." Peter lunged, but his knee gave out and he hit the floor hard. Tanya dropped beside him. "Peter," I put my hands on the biometric pads. The tablet lit beneath my fingers. Voss exhaled, satisfied. I looked at the consent text. Dense, cold, full of words meant to erase the room we were in. Then I did what I should have done years ago with every bad email, every portal alert, every unopened letter. I read, not all of it, enough. Clause 14, participant acknowledges no coercive environmental conditions. Clause 18, participant agrees all recordings are proprietary. Clause 22, participant waives present and future litigation. Clause 23, emergency release contingent upon completion by primary subject. My thumb left a smear of blood on the pad, the cut from my phone. The biometric sensor flashed red. Sample error. Please clean contact surface. Voss's smile disappeared. I pressed harder, smearing more blood. Sample error. Oops, I said. Peter, on the floor, made a strained sound that might have been laughter. Voss tapped his tablet furiously. Clean the sensor. No, the chair clamps activated. Not metal cuffs. Pressure restraints built into the armrests. Soft pads snapped over my wrists and tightened. Marin screamed my name. Pain flared up both arms. I kicked out, but the lap belt cinched across my hips. Voss leaned close to the glass. This is not productive. No, I said, my voice shaking. It's recorded. Tanya stood slowly. Her eyes moved to the sprinkler head above the chairs, then to the coffee machine, then to Peter's chair on the floor. Peter, she said, can you throw? He looked at her from the floor, sweating, teeth clenched. What? Track coach. Can you throw? Shot put, not chairs. Close enough. She grabbed the heavy glass coffee carafe from the machine and wrapped it in her scrub top to keep from cutting her hands. Dr. Sayegh yanked the water cooler bottle off its stand. Water glugged across the floor, spreading toward the chair bases. Voss saw them. Stop. Tanya threw the carafe straight up at the sprinkler head. It shattered against the metal fitting. Glass rained down. Nothing happened. For one awful second, attempt number whatever we were on failed like all the others. Then Peter, still on one knee, hurled the fallen chair. It struck the same sprinkler head with a brutal metallic crack. Water exploded from the ceiling. Cold, filthy, brown for the first second, then clear. The chamber alarm shrieked. The screens flickered. The chair restraints loosened just enough. I twisted my right wrist against the wet pad. Skin peeled. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I pulled harder. My hand came free. Marin rushed to me, but I shouted, "The cabinet." Dr. Sayegh was already there, prying open the wall cabinet beneath the screens. Inside were network devices, a small black recording unit, and a row of removable drives in labeled slots. Tanya grabbed the drive marked Consent Room, AV Local Backup. The pass-through drawer between our side and Voss's side unlocked with the fire alarm. Older Claire moved at once. She shoved something into the drawer from her side, a slim orange envelope. Voss grabbed her wrist. She screamed, not dramatically, not like a movie, a raw, startled animal sound. I reached the drawer as it slid open on our side. Inside was the envelope and a capped syringe. On the envelope, my handwriting had written, "CLARE, give this to EMS. Do not let SAYEGH lose IT." Dr. Sayegh stared at the words. I took both. Voss dragged older Claire backward. She fought him badly, weakly, with the stubbornness of someone whose body had spent years betraying her and still refused to quit. The glass door on his side opened, not toward us, away. Alarms blared. Sprinkler water hammered the floor. The chamber light strobed. Voss pulled older Claire through the door. She locked eyes with me one last time. "Tell them you looked," she shouted. Then the door closed. The glass partition went opaque. Central screen flashed. Transfer instability, chamber evacuation, required local lockdown, released. The door behind us unlocked. So did the stairwell. For a second, nobody moved. Then Eli's nebulizer died. Battery gone. Marin lifted him. He was too big for it, but she did it anyway, adrenaline making a temporary machine out of her body. "Move," Tanya shouted. We ran badly. There's no graceful escape when people are injured, soaked, coughing, and half blind under emergency lights. Peter could not run. Dr. Sayegh got under one arm. I got under the other, even though my wrists burned and blood ran down my thumb. Peter tried to protest once, then gave up and hopped between us, cursing each landing. Up the stairs, through the security closet. The doors that had trapped us now stood open. The corridor beyond was full of cold chemical air and flashing red strobes, but the purge vents had slowed. Water from the chamber dripped off us and left a trail on the concrete. Marin stumbled near electrical. Eli's head lolled against her shoulder. "Pulse ox," she screamed. Tanya clipped it on while walking. 90, she said. "Keep moving." The reception shutter was halfway up when we reached the left corridor. Firefighters were on the other side, cutting through a secondary lock with a rotary saw. Sparks fanned across the floor. Kayla stood behind them, crying openly now. "Back up," one firefighter shouted. We did not back up far enough. The lock gave. The shutter jerked upward. Fresh air hit us. Not clean, exactly. It smelled like wet pavement, diesel exhaust, hot saw metal, and Pittsburgh morning. It was the best thing I had ever smelled. EMS took Eli first. Marin tried to climb into the ambulance with him and nearly collapsed on the step. A paramedic caught her. Tanya followed, still giving numbers, doses, times, her nurse voice returning because someone needed it too. Peter sat down hard on the curb and looked at his knee, which had swollen grotesquely under the sleeve. "That's not ideal," he said. Then he vomited onto the street. Dr. Sayegh stood beside me in the clinic entrance, soaked, shaking, holding the local backup drive in both hands like an offering. Police officers pushed past us into the building. Firefighters shouted room names. Radios crackled. Someone asked about hazardous exposure. Someone else said the building systems had been spoofed from inside the suite. Real words, real procedures, not enough. I looked down at the orange envelope in my hand. My wrists were bruising. My thumb throbbed. My lungs hurt when I breathed. But I was outside. Eli was outside. The chamber was behind us. Dr. Sayegh looked at the envelope, then at me. "What is that?" he asked. I stepped away from him. The cost settled into place, one piece at a time. Peter's knee, Eli's lungs, Marin's face as the ambulance doors closed, Tanya shaking so hard she had to sit on the curb, Dr. Sayegh's ruined certainty, my future self dragged away behind opaque glass, and me standing in daylight with proof I did not understand and a diagnosis I could no longer avoid. I held the envelope against my chest. "Something I'm going to read," I said. The first hospital room they put me in had a TV bolted high in the corner, a chair that unfolded into something no human back would call a bed, and a laminated sign above the sink reminding everyone to wash their hands for 20 seconds. That sign almost undid me. Not the chamber, not the woman behind the glass, not Marcus Voss telling me a child's breathing was my responsibility. The hand-washing sign. It was so ordinary, so cheerfully official. Little cartoon bubbles around cartoon fingers. After everything that had happened, my brain snagged on it and wouldn't let go. I sat on the exam bed in my wet clothes with a foil blanket over my shoulders, staring at those bubbles while a nurse I didn't know cleaned the cuts on my wrists. "Try not to flex," she said. I nodded, then flexed. "Sorry, you're okay," she said. I was, but I appreciated her not making me argue. UPMC Mercy took Eli, Marin, Peter, Tanya, Dr. Sayegh, and me in separate ambulances, which I only learned later because the ride itself came in broken pieces. A paramedic asking if I knew what year it was, my own voice saying the correct year too quickly, the orange envelope clamped under both hands, someone trying to take it for safekeeping, and me telling him no with enough force that he stopped asking. The capped syringe went into an evidence bag after I made them photograph it in my palm first. That sounds paranoid. It was also the first smart thing I did after leaving North River. A Pittsburgh police detective came to my room at 2:15 p.m. Her name was Detective Angela Rourke, 46, female, from Pittsburgh. And she had the patient, skeptical face of someone who had spent 2 decades listening to people tell half-truths under fluorescent lights. She wore a navy blazer damp at the shoulders from the rain and carried a notebook that looked more useful than her phone. She did not ask me whether I believed in time travel. She asked where the first door locked. She asked who touched the tablet. She asked whether the man behind the glass identified himself. She asked where the orange envelope came from. When I told her, it came through a pass-through drawer from a woman claiming to be me in 2050. Her pen stopped for maybe 1 second. Then it moved again. "What was in the envelope?" she asked. I looked at the sealed plastic evidence pouch on the tray table beside me. They had let me watch them open it. I think Detective Rourke understood that if she took it out of my sight, I would either leave the hospital with an IV in my arm or start screaming and not stop. Inside were 4 things: a thumb drive with no brand name, a folded legal declaration signed Claire M. Donovan, dated March 18, 2050, a printed medical report with my name, my birth date, and imaging findings that matched the scan I had taken that morning before the waiting room. The report flagged a small pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor and recommended surgical consultation within 2 weeks. And 1 photograph, not a magazine cover, not a screenshot, a photograph of older Claire sitting in what looked like a kitchen, thinner than she had been behind the glass, smiling badly at the camera. On the table in front of her was a pill organizer, a stack of legal folders, and the same orange envelope before it was sealed. On the back, in handwriting that looked like mine after a long day, she had written, "You always think not knowing buys time. It doesn't." I told Detective Rourke all of that. She wrote it down. Outside my room, shoes squeaked in the hall. A meal cart rattled past. Somewhere nearby, a patient coughed, and a nurse laughed softly at something another nurse said. The hospital kept being a hospital. That was the strangest part. The world did not lean dramatically away from what had happened. It absorbed us into paperwork, triage, wristbands, specimen labels. "Detective," I said, "do you believe me?" She looked at me for a while. "I believe 6 people were trapped in a sealed clinical suite," she said. "I believe a minor patient suffered respiratory distress after an HVAC purge cycle. I believe firefighters had to cut through a security shutter that wasn't on the building plan. I believe we recovered recording equipment from a room North River's staff say doesn't exist." "That's not what I asked." "No," she said. "It's what I can act on today." That was honest enough to hurt. Eli was admitted overnight for observation. His oxygen came back up after treatment, but Marin told me later he cried when they put the nebulizer mask on him again because the plastic smell reminded him of the chamber. She apologized to me 3 times in the hallway outside pediatrics, though I kept telling her she didn't need to. She looked smaller without the emergency around her. Not weak, just emptied out. Marin Holt, who had spent hours making herself into a wall between danger and her son, now stood with a paper cup of vending machine coffee cooling in her hand, unable to drink it. "I would have asked you to sign," she said. "You didn't." "I wanted to." "Of course you did." Her eyes filled. She looked away fast. "That feels worse somehow." "No," I said. "It feels human." Eli sent me a drawing 2 days later through Tanya, who had somehow become the person everyone texted because she was the only one with enough medical vocabulary and enough anger to make people respond. The drawing showed all of us outside the clinic. Peter had a huge bandaged knee. Tanya had a superhero cape. I was holding an envelope the size of my torso. Eli had drawn himself breathing fire at a man in a suit. Under it, he had written, "No more waiting rooms." I taped it to my refrigerator when I got home. Peter tore his meniscus badly enough that he needed surgery. He called it a pre-existing inconvenience made dramatic by corporate crime. He also gave a statement from his hospital bed that Detective Rourke later described as unusually organized for a man on pain medication. That sounded exactly right. He remembered times, door positions, labels, the wording on screens, the location of every camera. Coach brain. Details matter. Tanya was suspended for 48 hours by North River's parent company for unauthorized removal of proprietary equipment. That lasted until the local news found out a nurse had been suspended after saving a child during a clinic lockdown. By the end of the week, she had a lawyer, 3 interview requests she refused, and a GoFundMe she kept asking people to take down. Dr. Sayegh resigned before North River could decide whether to fire him. I saw him once after that, in a conference room at the district attorney's office, looking smaller in a gray sweater than he ever had in a white coat. He apologized to me without trying to explain it away. "I should have reported the anomaly outside corporate," he said. "Yes," I said. He nodded. That was all. There are apologies that deserve forgiveness and apologies that deserve only accurate placement in the record. His belonged to the second category, at least then. The legal part began the way legal things apparently begin, slowly, aggressively, and with everyone pretending the most important words are the narrowest ones. Chrono Health denied ownership of the chamber, then denied operational control, then denied knowledge of Marcus Voss, then admitted Marcus Voss had been a consultant, then clarified he had not been acting in an authorized capacity. The man himself was not found in the building. Neither was the glass partition, the chairs, the pass-through drawer, or the stairwell to the chamber by the time the warrant team returned with structural engineers. Firefighters and police had entered the lower area during the rescue, but later inspection found a service storage level with water damage, electrical scorch marks, and no room matching the dimensions we described. That became the first crack people used to make a sound confused. Chemical exposure, stress, poor ventilation, a hacked building automation system, panic contagion. Those phrases appeared in early articles. They looked so sensible in print. Then the local backup drive survived. Not perfectly. The sprinkler water damaged part of it, and the first lab said the files were corrupted beyond use. Detective Rourke did not like that answer and sent it to a second lab. The second lab recovered 21 minutes of video and 38 minutes of audio. Not all of it. Enough. Enough to hear Voss offering to release Eli if I signed. Enough to see the consent chairs. Enough to capture older Claire's hand pressing against the glass and the orange envelope sliding through the drawer. Enough to record me smearing blood across the biometric pad so the chair would not accept my signature. The footage leaked before the hearing. Nobody ever admitted doing it. Peter claimed he was too technologically incompetent to be suspected, which made Tanya roll her eyes so hard I thought she might injure something. Once the footage was public, the story changed shape. Not cleanly, not into justice. Real things rarely do that. But it became harder to call 6 people hysterical when the video showed 6 people trapped in the same room. The syringe contained a biologic sample, mine according to preliminary DNA testing, though not collected from me at any known hospital visit. The thumb drive from the envelope contained documents that lawyers still argue about because some of them reference cases, regulatory filings, and medical billing codes that do not exist yet. A few names matched real Chrono Health executives. A few addresses matched properties the company quietly owned. The medical report was easier. I finally looked. Not alone. I made my sister come with me, and I made the surgical oncologist say every sentence twice if my brain tried to slide away from it. The tumor was real, small, found early. The kind of thing doctors speak about with careful optimism because they know optimism can become a weapon if it overpromises. I had surgery 3 weeks after the waiting room. It hurt more than I expected. That sounds foolish, but pain on paper is always cleaner than pain in a body. In the hospital after surgery, every cough felt like someone had hooked 2 fingers under my ribs. I moved like an old woman. I hated the drains. I hated needing help to sit up. I hated that relief and fear could exist in the same breath. The pathology report came back better than it could have. Not harmless, better. For a while, that was enough. The first time I went home after surgery, I stood outside my apartment door with the key in my hand and could not make myself go in. My sister waited beside me with a tote bag of discharge papers, pill bottles, and soup containers from my neighbor. "You okay?" she asked. I laughed because people kept asking that, and the answer kept being complicated. "No. Do you want me to open it?" I almost said yes. Then I thought of the photo. You always think not knowing buys time. It doesn't. I opened the door. Nothing happened. My apartment smelled stale, with a faint onion smell from trash I had forgotten to take out before the appointment. A plant on the windowsill had died dramatically. Mail lay on the floor beneath the slot. Ordinary neglect. Ordinary consequences. I cried harder over that dead plant than I had in the ambulance. Months passed. Not smoothly. Never smoothly. Eli recovered physically. Marin said he still refused to sit in rooms without windows and had started checking magazine dates in dentists' offices, barber shops, school lobbies. She said it lightly, but not lightly enough. Peter's surgery worked, though he sent us a photo of his physical therapy worksheet with the caption, "Still not fighting robots professionally." Tanya got a job at a hospital system that did not use Chrono Health software, which became more difficult to find than it should have been. Dr. Sayegh testified before a state committee and looked like a man being slowly sanded down by shame. North River never reopened. The sign came down in July. By August, the windows were papered over. By October, the suite was listed for lease. I walked past it once after a follow-up appointment. I did not plan to. My bus route changed because of construction. And suddenly there, I was on Fifth Avenue, standing across from the building, with my scar pulling under my coat and traffic hissing over wet pavement. The frosted glass was gone. The door handles had been replaced. Someone had scraped the clinic logo off, but the adhesive outline remained if you knew where to look. A woman with a stroller passed behind me and said, "Excuse me," because I had stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. I moved. That was life after, moving because other people still needed the sidewalk. The case did not end. Cases like that don't end just because the part you survived is over. They metastasize into depositions, motions, sealed filings, expert reports, hearings postponed because someone's counsel had a conflict. My name appeared in articles. Some people believed us too easily, in ways that made the story sound like a podcast pitch. Others disbelieved us with equal hunger. They said the footage was AI generated. They said we were paid. They said Eli's asthma was staged. Marin stopped reading comments. I tried to. Sometimes I failed. But I kept my appointments. Every one. Blood work, imaging, surgical follow-ups, therapy, legal prep. If a portal message came in, I opened it before I could negotiate with myself. Sometimes I opened it while standing in the kitchen with one hand on the counter, breathing like Peter had taught me in the waiting room. In for 2, out for 4. Again, the last time I saw the original magazine, it was in an evidence room photograph. March 2050, courthouse. Older woman crying outside. The woman was me, but not exactly the woman I had met behind the glass. That bothered me more than I told anyone. In the chamber, older Claire had looked sick and fierce and terrified. On the magazine cover, she looked devastated in a different way, surrounded by microphones, one hand lifted as if asking for space. The photo seemed to belong to a future where she made it to the courthouse steps. Or didn't, or where I did. That is the part people want tied up. They ask whether I think I changed things, whether the woman behind the glass still exists, whether I am going to become her. I don't know. That's the honest answer. I know the tumor was found. I know Eli lived. I know Peter walks with a brace some days. I know Tanya still texts every few weeks to ask if I'm eating. I know Dr. Sayeg's testimony helped open a federal investigation. I know Chrono Health's stock fell for 2 days, then recovered more than seemed morally appropriate. I know the future did not vanish just because we escaped one room. 6 months after North River, I was waiting at my oncologist's office for a routine follow-up. Different building, different system, big windows, no aquarium. I had chosen the chair closest to the exit anyway. On the table beside me were normal magazines, a food magazine, a travel magazine, a local Pittsburgh issue with a cover story about winter road repairs. I checked the dates because of course I did, all current. Then my phone buzzed, a portal notification. New test result available. For 1 second, my thumb hovered over the screen. The old reflex rose up, familiar and almost tender. Wait, not here, not now. Later, when you're ready. Later, when knowing can't hurt you yet. Across the room, an older man turned a magazine page. Paper whispered against paper. A coffee machine clicked and began to drip. Outside the window, a bus sighed at the curb. I opened the result. Normal. I sat there with the phone in my hand, feeling the word move through me slowly, not as joy exactly, not even relief at first, but as a door opening without locking behind me. When the nurse called my name, I stood. The magazine rack shifted slightly as I passed it. Just the air from my coat, probably. One issue slid forward. Not far. An inch. I looked down. The cover was still the Pittsburgh Road repair story. The date was still current. Nothing impossible. Nothing from 2050. But tucked between its pages, barely visible near the spine, was a narrow orange edge, like an envelope. I did not pull it out. Not then. I went to my appointment. I answered every question. I let the doctor examine the healing scar. And when I came back to the waiting room afterward, the magazine was back in place, flat against the stack, with no orange edge showing at all. I stood there longer than I should have. Then I walked outside into the ordinary afternoon, with my test results open on my phone and the courthouse clock tower visible between two buildings, keeping time the way it always had. Or close enough. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.